Good morning. We want to welcome you this morning to the Hidalgo County Drainage District Board of Directors meeting for today, May the 19th, 2015. Present are Commissioner Cuellar, Precinct 1, Commissioner Cantu, Precinct 2, Commissioner Palacios, Precinct 4, and myself. We have a quorum. Mr. Ceci.
If I may, Judge, let's move on to the prayer, sir.
All right, sir.
Let's bow our heads. Father God, we give you thanks for another day that you've given us. We ask that you provide us the wisdom to lead this county. Lord, provide the wisdom to myself, my staff, to this Commissioner's Court, the judge and the 4 commissioners, Lord. We ask that you be with those that were affected by these past events, past 3 weeks, Lord, the rain that's come down. We ask that you continue to give us guidance in how to address these issues, Lord. We ask that this court come together for the betterment of this county. It's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Our consent agenda, any concerns?
No concerns?
No concerns.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 5.
Item 5, discussion on Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 projects, maintenance and operations. Judge, Commissioners, what we've done with the help of the precinct and the planning department, we went out and gathered some information on some of the projects that we're working on and some of the areas that were affected by these rains that we had this past weekend and about 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we just put a quick PowerPoint together just to kind of show some visual pictures there of what areas we're addressing and how they're affected by the rains. The first one you'll see there is the Faysville flooding areas. Those areas, as you can see there, that's the east frontage road there on Faysville. Basically, that whole area was underwater for a few days in the last event.
How many homes are affected, do you think?
On the homes there, I don't have the exact count, Judge, but I know we evacuated, my understanding, maybe 8 to 10 families, Commissioner, I believe, something like that it was. There was evacuation on this last event. The previous event did not inundate the homes or the area. This last event, because of the previous event, everything was saturated and the drainage ditch that served this area was full. It backed up into the homes and there was some evacuation. You can see one of the vehicles there that helped evacuate the people out of the area there, out of the homes. This is another picture of some of the flooded areas there. You can see it went up all the way basically east about 600, 800 feet. And you can see some of the homes that are underwater there. The Faysville drainage improvements, part of the drainage improvements that has been done for that area, there was a ditch that was excavated partially to about this point here as part of the improvements for Faysville. And that accommodated a lot of the water during the first event 3 weeks ago. This last event, obviously, the system was still holding water, so it spilled over or it stayed in the frontage roads and in the Faysville area. It is a natural low spot. Since then, since the first event that we received 3 weeks ago, the district started planning and mobilizing to make this interconnection here to get it to another system that's already in place here. This system will ultimately connect, this whole ditch system will ultimately connect to the Renville Drain. Everyone's familiar with the Renville Drain. It's been going on for about 15 years now, but we're in the planning stages of trying to get this first section constructed in place to flow south to our North Main Drain. What we've done at the district for now, we talked to the landowner to allow us to cut basically a swale. This what you see here is an interconnection that we're doing from the existing drain that doesn't have an outfall. This is the existing drain that stops there. This is the interconnection temporary drain that we're working on doing. We worked over the weekend to establish it, put it in place. And this is the bypass that we're running around the property of Mr. Burns there. We got permission from him to get this work done to bypass that water and take it around the area to the west of Seminary and bring it into what is called an Edinburg Lake drain. And you can see our workers here. This is our Edinburg Lake drain here that's in place with that overflow coming down, getting that water all the way around. North Seminary to get it into our system. That will provide some relief, and we're trying to set the elevation of that swell and that outfall to an elevation to be at least 2 feet lower than the high water elevation that we experienced during the last event, to make sure that we don't get water backing up onto the east side into the homes. Furthermore, this morning I had a meeting with a local landowner that owns property in that area. He owns a 100-foot abandoned railroad right-of-way, so I'm going to be visiting with our legal counsel, with our precinct, and trying to get an easement on the 100 feet to try to run another ditch parallel to the one here that you see here. It's just east of it, to have another outfall to get it down to our north main for now, until the rainbow drain is in place for this area. That rainbow drain is going to alleviate the long-term issue, or excuse me, the long-term I guess, problem here that or solution is going to be to put in the rainbow drain to get all that water out. So that's kind of the summary right now in Faysville, what we've been doing. We've done some internal improvements inside, and you'll see here in a minute on Seminary, that have helped get some of the drainage out. If the ditch would have not been in place, if this system would have not been in place, even though right now it's not a fully connected outfall, but if it would not have been in place, Faysville would have been a much worse situation. A lot of water was accommodated into the existing system. It was on a linear detention at the time, and we're going to make that, as I mentioned, that interconnection to get a temporary outfall to our drainage ditch, and eventually rainbow drain. But this system was able to accommodate a lot of water, but it just filled up, and it backed up into the frontage roads and into Faysville. We did meet with TxDOT representatives, with DPS, and the precinct, emergency management, my office, and we're looking at seeing what we can partner to try to get some assistance if we need from the local precincts. I know some of the precincts responded with some assistance. I know Precinct 3, we had some of their trucks that we use, and Precinct 2 as well. I think the county requested that assistance, the emergency management requested that assistance for that, and that was provided. So it's been a collaborative effort to get all this area addressed.
So Raul, was this like a 100-year event in that area there?
Well, we had probably close to, in some areas, 8 inches that came down on us in less than 2 to 3 hours. So yeah, that area was isolated close to, we would say at least categorized close to a 100-year event. So the amount of rain that it came down in the period that it did, it would be categorized definitely into something like it would be a 100-year storm, like a hurricane.
And to take into account, it wasn't just one rain event. We've had multiple rain events that dropped anywhere between 5 to 8 inches in one general area. We withstand the first few storms that have come through. The last few, because of the fields being saturated, it really has found its place in the lowest areas. Unfortunately, Faysville is a low-lying area. But yeah, it's one of the things that everybody's working around the clock to try to solve the issue that we have there in Faysville.
Yeah, it was basically, as Commissioner just said, we had one big storm. It held up okay. And then we had that secondary storm, and we had no more capacity. My system on the North Main was about 70% full, and you'll see some pictures now on the Edinburg Lake drain that was completely full. And my system takes about 24 hours to alleviate itself or reduce enough water in it so it can take more water in. It's just a matter of time. Now, some of the improvements that have been done in some of these areas have helped, and if we wouldn't have had those improvements in place, it would have been a much worse situation. So we're slowly getting to where we need to be to provide drainage to these areas, and that leads to the next project that we're working on. The J09 project is a drain ditch project that we're working on in this area that should help alleviate some of the flood concerns here. The J09 is going to go right here. This is one of the legs of the J09 here, and you can see the ponding of the water there. And the J09 is coming here, going west and crossing. And we're going to try to get all this water to come to our J09 drain. That's going to be a secondary project that we're going to be working on with the precinct to extend some local drainage here, maybe through rural drainage development or something, to try to get drainage of this area into our J09 drain. But as you can see, there's a lot of water that's backing up there. And there's some residents that are affected here in this area, and then along Monmac as well, and along Jackson Road. So the district's working with the precinct. We mobilized some crews along with the precinct office to put in some temporary crossings. We're using some of our pump structures that we have, mobile pumps. We have 12-inch pump that we're going to be putting in place with Precinct 4 to help move some of that water a little bit faster to our area, to this is where the J09 is going to go. We're going to excavate here, temporary ditch as best as we can with the water being there, and we're going to cut into our berm of our north main to try to get that water to get into our system. So, but when this project gets developed, it's going to address a lot of these areas that we're seeing here in the aerial.
All right, sir.
And that's just some plans here, the crossing that we're doing there for that area. Our Gardenia Street flooding, this is an area on 10th Street, just south of Monte Cristo. We were called out there. We were looking at Hoehn subdivision, which held up rather well based on the amount of rain we've had. It held up well. We were able to move water out of the Hoehn subdivision pretty efficiently. We got called over here, and this area we're looking at. I know that there's a project that Precinct's working on North 10th Street, so the commissioner is working with the engineers on the project and to see how we can try to tap some of this water into that outfall on 10th Street. And this is an area that the precinct responded and was able to move some water out of the homes. As you can see, the water level was pretty high into those homes in that area. So. The Hoehn, J08 Hoehn Drainage Improvements is a project that we went in there and had to cut open Hoehn Road. We had some problems with Hoehn Road. It was backing up some water. So the district went in there, cut that open up to try to get water to flow a little bit better across Hoehn so we wouldn't impact properties to the west. It was I guess Friday night. We got called out there, and they said they had seen some trash or cattle in the ditch itself. It was an 18-inch pipe, so it was almost to capacity of the ditch on the west side. It was topping over, so we had to go in there and tear it open and open up the road. And working with Precinct 4, they provided the force to be able to help us with the road itself. We did all the work in-house, laid the pipe, and now the road's back open for now as far as with caliche and everything, and then eventually when the improvements for this area, part of the regional improvement is going to be the Hoehn drainage improvement. It's going to provide drainage from this ditch all the way north to Hoehn Road and Hoehn subdivision and in that area. When we do all that, then we'll pave the crossing that we opened up and Hoehn Road itself as part of the drainage improvements. This is North Seminary flooding areas. This is the area that we responded to 3 weeks ago, and then we responded again this past weekend. This area is just north of of Edinburg Lake, and it's just north of our Edinburg Lake drain. As you can see there, basically this is one of the homes in here. You can see all the water in that area. It looks like a lake. It's just a natural low spot. As I mentioned earlier, our ditch is located south of there. We just put in some drainage improvements in place. We just took in too much water for it to get out. This is a picture so you can visually see at the time of the event, right after the event, this is my north main right here. And you can see how full it was. And this is the Edinburg Lake drain that this area drains into. So you can see that it was cresting to capacity there. It was flowing. We reached out to Santa Cruz Irrigation District. We turned on one of the pumps that we have, or the pumps that we have there at the lake to try to get some water moving into the dry bed, to try to lower the water surface elevation. But it just, unfortunately, it's easier said than done to be patient. That's what we have to do because it takes a while for our system to go down to start taking water. Once the system went down within 12 hours, all the seminary water that you see there is pretty much starts getting out, and in about a day it's all gone. But the issue is immediate. We want to try to get the water as fast as possible, but we cannot, obviously, when our system is full to capacity. So, and with the Rainville drain, it's going to help this area out a lot because that area is going to be taken north, and it's going to lower the water surface elevation in our north main, which is going to accommodate a lot more water, and will have a very positive impact into the Faysville area and the Seminary area. So, one of our areas of concern that we're having. And this is just some plans that we did through Rural Drainage Development Precinct 4 has done to improve and get drainage out of those areas. In the past, we didn't have anything to get the water out of the seminary development there. So in the past, we had to pump water. Now with the drain improvements that have been done, once the ditch recedes enough, the water is getting out by gravity flow, which is way more efficient than putting pumps in.
Raul,
Yes, sir.
we're talking about the Raymondville drain.
Yes, sir.
How long is it gonna be before it gets even built?
We have segment one, Commissioner, that's in this area that starts basically from our North Main going north up to just west of the Faysville.
Because I've been here almost 16 years and we've been talking about.
Yes, sir. It's been 15 years. Yes, sir. 16. You're correct. You're correct, Commissioner. Right here, where this ditch ends, right here, this is part of the Rainville drain, and this is where this ditch is in place right here. To this point here, from here south to our north main is called segment one, and that's the one we're moving on already to try to acquire property. We have plans already being delivered. Probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we should have plans delivered to my office for segment one. We've already acquired the property from 2812 south to our north main. Now we're going to focus on 2812 north to this area to put that in. That's the first leg. We're going to be flowing that back south for now until we start acquiring properties going north. I know the commissioner in our meeting yesterday mentioned that we need to look at that bridge that was put in on 281. We need to see what we need to do because that's affecting some landowners on the east side because there's no outfall there. We do have property to the east of there by the airport. The problem is we can't excavate anything because of the airport requirements, birding and all the other stuff that could happen if we put a detention area there. So we're working also with Delta Lake Irrigation District to maybe put in an interim connection closer to that area to allow us to develop this a little bit faster until we develop the full corridor to the north. So our consultants have been working on that project. That project, unfortunately, was put on hold, as you recall, when a lot of the levee issues were brought up to the court, and a lot of the money that was allocated for the Rainbow Drain was moved to the levees, which, it mandated that because of the issues of the flood zones and all that. However, that's kind of what put a hold on the Rainbow Drain. But now we're re-engaging. We're getting our consultants back on board to start looking at those issues. And then the court, on my first day on the job, approved a work order to get that portion of Hidalgo County design, do some geotech work all the way to Willacy County. So we're back on board and we're moving it forward to try to focus on getting this drain in place. That's going to be, I think, a big help for this area, but also for the southern part or the southern part of Edinburg, northern part of McAllen. All that drains into the North Main. So with that Rainbow Drain, that should alleviate or help that area as well, help the urbanized areas of McAllen and Edinburg as well.
You know that we're supposed to have more rain probably next week, late this week.
Yes, sir.
So that ground is saturated.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to take at least another 2 months to get that water to dissolve and, drain
Yes, sir.
itself out. So those people are going to be underwater for a while there.
What we're doing on the systems that we have right now holding water, the one that I think we were able to get water out, it's going to be this Faysville right now to be able to pump water. Once we shore up a little low spot, we're going to be able to pump water to our ditch starting, God willing, today, if not tomorrow, to try to get water out of there to accommodate more water. The biggest one that we're going to have to tackle is going to be the one over here on Monte Cristo North, Monmac, Rio Grande Road, Jackson, those areas. We're going to be pumping operations right now and some gravity flow, but it's a lot of water. You can see that aerial there. It's a lot of water in that.
Raul, it's important. One of the exhibits that I've seen in the last few days is the topography one. It's not one of the exhibits here, but if you go anywhere west, Monte Cristo, and you go even every half a mile, you're talking about anywhere between a 10 to 15 to 20 foot difference.
Yes, sir.
In elevation.
Yes, sir.
And if you go further westbound, it goes even more. So if you go all the way to Railroad, it's 20, 30, 40 feet difference. And so what the water's doing and unfortunately where the rain is falling, it's cascading itself down from farmland all the way down to residential development. So we could have good weather for 3-4 days, and basically we're only maintaining the water that's still coming down through sheet flow. So it's one of those things that we thought it was really important, not just to use vacuum trucks to pump. We're aggressively hitting it as best as we can, but just to explain to the general public, it's not the rainwater that just falls down on the ground. We have an issue in that area where it continues to rise because you're looking at a 3,000 acre farmland area that just seems, the water just keeps migrating itself south. So-
Northwest area, precinct 3, 200 elevation, over
Yeah.
here is 80, so that's 120 foot coming
Now,
or more.
now the
100
only fortunate thing was that all this rain didn't fall in the center of McAllen, the center of Edinburgh,
Urbanized.
where we're heavily urbanized. So we're fortunate we're able to at least get a handle of it, but we're still needing assistance.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's the closest drain ditch that's open that you can dump water in there?
Where, Commission?
In that
On
area?
on that area, Rio Grande, it's just west, it's off Jackson, or just.
This one here, this area, Commish, is the one that you see there, it's called our J09. We haven't excavated it yet, we just
How many
acquired the
pumps do you put
property.
there?
And then we have our north main going north right here,
But Raul,
so,
they have some pipe called black poly pipe.
yes, sir.
You can call Alice and you can get it. It comes in a big roll. They'll roll it for you and they'll lay it around the road, through the, and there's, why can't you put 4 or 5 pumps out there, and even if it costs a little money to get that rollers out there?
We're gonna look at that, actually, I think today, the judge may be looking at that, it's on the agenda to look at those.
And if it gets worse to worse, what you can do is run a whole line and put a frac tank, put another pump there.
Yes, sir.
And then continue going and, kind of keep it from being a long distance.
We started that, I think one of our excavators cut out a ditch to be able to receive the water and just relay pump, which is going to allow us to move the water.
Yeah, well, you can use a frac tank for that,
We have this property here, and what exactly you're saying, Commissioner, the same thing. We pretty much created a detention area here to get the water here, and then we're gonna be pushing in gravity all through here, but we're gonna have to pump from here this way to a detention area that, our ditch property, it's not excavated yet, but we put in to detain the water and be able to move gravity east all the way to our north main. So yes, sir, we're working all that. My office and the precinct also, we're working together to try to see what else we can do, and you're correct, if we can move to try to get more pumps, to get that water out faster, of course, that's what we're gonna be looking at. Just want to give the court an overview, and the public an overview of what we've been doing the last 3 weeks. Been
right,
very
sir.
busy, so.
Let's move on to the next item then.
Great, thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item 6 is 2013 bond series. Approval offer acceptance parcel 24 in relation to J09 Drainage Improvement Project. This is a 4.7875 acre tract of land, and the offer is $69,238, and the owner, it's my understanding, has accepted the offer, so everything's in order for that.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Number 7, request and approval to accept bids and approval to award construction contract in the amount of $196,404 to the lowest bidder, meeting all specified requirements for RFP number ACDD 1-15-007-0429B, Precinct 1, Delta West Rural Development Drainage Improvements Project. PEGA JPS Utilities LLC was the low bidder, combined with alternate bid number 1. Everything's in order for the award of that project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 8, request and approval of proposed plans for State Highway 364, La Homa Road between State Highway 495, Mile 1 to FM 1924, Mile 3. If I may, can I read all 3 collectively, Judge? These are just formal approvals by the Board of Directors, so we can sign the cover sheet for TxDOT projects. Everything's in order. If I may, I can read B and C collectively. Requesting approval of proposed plans for State Highway Improvement FM 1925 Monte Cristo Road from .13 miles east of Canyon Road to .21 miles east of FM 907 Alamo Road. And item C, requesting approval of proposed plans for State Highway Improvements for US 83 from .85 miles east of FM 886 El Faro Road to .28 miles west of Showers Road. As I mentioned, everything's in order. Just
Move for approval
authorization for the
on
signature.
8, A, B, and C.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Laura will be presenting item 9 for you.
Mr. Chuy Ramirez requested that I place this item. It's reapproval of an order authorizing the purchase and acquisition of certain personal property and the financing thereof. approving certain installment purchase under the authority of Section 271001 Local Government Code and Section 56242 Texas Water Code. Authorizing a maximum loan in the principal amount of $406,980 from available funds from the County Drainage District Number 1, subject to annual appropriations, prescribe the terms and form thereof, providing for the payment of the principal thereof and interest, and approving other matters incident thereto. The purpose of this reapproval is so that we can have a date for the purposes of filing an 8038G, which was not filed previously. The intent is so that the interest can be tax exempt under the Treasury regulations. Okay.
Need an action?
Move for approval.
Second?
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Great.
Go ahead, sir.
Item 10, request approval to issue manual payment after review and audit procedures are complete. 10-1, application for payment number 2, final in the amount of $71,170.85 from Rojas Construction and Paving for construction contract ACDD 1, 13-021-04-29B, project engineer R. Gutierrez Engineering Corp.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2, request and approval of certificate of substantial completion for construction contract number ACDD 1, 13-021-04-29B, FM 495 drain, Wisconsin Road Crossing, project engineer R. Gutierrez Engineering Corp.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3, application for payment number 1 in the amount of $136,860.84 from Rojas Construction and Paving for construction contract number ACDD 1, 14-011-04029, Precinct 4, North Seminary Road, project engineer Alfonso Quintanilla.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
At this time, on item 11, there will be no action, Judge, Commissioners. We'll move on to item 12. I believe purchasing will be making this presentation.
Good morning, Martha Salazar, the Purchasing
Morning,
Department.
Marty.
This is item 12, which is pursuant to the current letter of engagement with the Lee Law Firm, acceptance of report to the original work assignment as specified in the original letter of engagement for the provision of professional legal services review and report between Hidalgo County and Integ Corporation. I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the court to recess this item until the end of Hidalgo County Commissioners Court meeting, as there is a letter that was sent out to all of your departments. That report is not here. It is by letter, cover letter from Mr. Lee
So you
himself.
want us to recess the meeting until later in the
Recess
morning?
this item and do not adjourn the meeting
All right.
to allow
Okay.
this item. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, ma'am. Any matter under executive session?
Yes, I have one item, sir.
All right, pursuant to 551-071 and 072, need a motion to proceed to executive session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries. Executive session for a few minutes. Can I have your attention, please? All right, we're back in session on the Drainage District Board meeting.
We'll just proceed as directed, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to declare a recess of our meeting and come back to it after the matter addressing an item, agenda item number 12 arrives. At this time, we're going to convene the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court meeting for today, May 19, 2015. The entire court being present, we have a quorum. Please join us in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A moment of silence, please, in honor of all veterans who have lost their lives defending our country as we remember them this Monday on Memorial Day. Thank you. Ms. Townsend.
Dear Father in heaven, thank you for this day. Thank you for all your blessings. Thank you especially for living in a country that is free. And thank you for all the veterans that has made it possible, and all the ones serving right now, leaving their families and doing what they have to do to protect us. We also thank you for this county, dear Father in heaven, even though it grows so fast and makes a lot of problems for a lot of people. We do hope that you always give us the resources to keep up with everything that we need to do. And we thank you for our families, our country, and all of your blessings. Amen.
Amen.
All right, I've been requested that I move up one of the items, or several of the items on our agenda. The first one being the resolution that is going to be presented in honor of our longtime local television journalist, celebrity, Mr. Rick Diaz.
Rick,
Good morning,
if you
sir.
could come on up, please. Commissioners and Judge, we have a very nice problem because there are so many supporters here as we honor this real, true Rio Grande Valley icon. Some people have not been able to come in. So if there are any Channel 5 people out there that would like to come on in, and if we could make room for them, now would be the time.
Con mi gente, Mingo.
Con mi gente.
We just saw him this morning. All right, on the agenda is a resolution in honor of Rio Grande Valley icon Rick Diaz. Rick's retiring after nearly 50 years in broadcast journalism. He'll sign off as news anchor on Friday night. Rather than read the resolution, we have a short video that tells his story in a very nice way that I'd like to show right now. It was prepared by the news department at KRGV Channel 5. Here we go.
Rick Diaz is a man who helped bring local news to thousands across the Rio Grande Valley. Rick has been a fixture in Valley television for nearly 50 years. He started as a night photographer for KRGV TV in 1967, while still attending what was known then as Pan American University. Promoted to reporter and weekend news photographer a few years later, Rick quickly progressed to the positions of weekend news producer, weekend anchor of the 6 o'clock news, and finally news director for the Channel 5 news team in 1976. For almost 2 decades, KRGV TV ranked #1 in news in the Rio Grande Valley, with Rick leading the charge. In June of 1998, Rick retired after 31 years, 22 of which were spent as news director and news anchor. Rick's first attempt at retirement didn't last long. He returned to the anchor desk and has been the cornerstone of Channel 5 News at 6 ever since. Rick is a mentor and inspiration. He mentored many local anchors, reporters, and countless others behind the scenes. The man so many depended on for their news will now spend his days as a proud husband, father, and grandfather. He'll be retired, but he can't quite leave Channel 5 News behind. You'll continue seeing him on the air with his special, Con mi gente. It seems appropriate for the man who spent almost 50 years proving just that. A man who stood with the people and for them.
Rick Diaz, with his talent, could have gone anywhere from New York to Los Angeles, but he chose to stay here. Not only has he been a pioneer in journalism, he's mentored countless of young Valley reporters, which is why I suspect that there's standing room only and that some people had to go to the community room. We'll miss his signature sign-off of "Good night y que pasan muy buenas noches," but we'll get to see him on Con Mi Gente segments that will continue to run. So as for today's resolution, now therefore be it resolved that the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court hereby honors Rick Diaz for a long, distinguished career in television news, for mentoring countless young journalists, and for his outstanding service, dedication, and commitment to the community.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
Rick would like to say a few words. I just want to say one more thing. This man was recognized and honored for his service to community and for his pioneering work in journalism, not once, but twice at the White House, during President Reagan's term and during President Clinton's term. I give you Rick.
Thank you, and gentlemen, I'd like to say that, Judge and Commissioners, that I'm very honored with your resolution today because it's very special. It's been a great journey. I feel very blessed. This is a great area of Texas, of the United States. The Valley is just so special to me. I was born and raised here, and I'm just very blessed with the people at Channel 5, and also blessed with my family, my wife, who has supported me throughout the 48 years. She stood by me as we were all, especially like, for example, during hurricane season when she knew that I could not be at home with her and the kids. I had to go elsewhere to the station, and throughout the years, and when severe weather was coming, I had to go, and elections, when we were covering the elections, and Jerry Pollenhart and I were sitting at the station watching TV screens like everybody else, watching the numbers change, and trying to get the camera crews and the reporters over to you guys. So I thank you all also for your cooperation on that. I'm blessed because I've had a great staff through the years. Sometimes the faces have changed, but the commitment has always been there. So I'm very blessed on that. And I've also been very blessed with the management and the station, who have also supported me. Without their trust, not very much of this could have happened. So I feel that I'm very blessed. And now with what you all have done today, it just, for me, it's breaking news. I thank you all. I thank you all very much. I really appreciate it, and you really touched me. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All the Channel 5 people in?
We're going to take a picture solo, then with the family, and then with his extended family. Rosa and family, can you come on up? By the way, Rosa's a principal in the PSJA school district. Wow, 47 years? Wow.
Oh. Catching up.
And now the Channel 5 and extended family. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is Channel 5 shut down today?
He's still directing the news.
I'm cruise control ahorita, Channel 5.
They're making
The
the
fam-
news.
The big group picture with the extended family.
Hi there. David Letterman has nothing on it.
Do we need to get some people behind?
Hello. Come on. Mr. Oscar, how are you?
Arrímense, como hermanito.
Get a little closer, get, I'll pull the judge's chair.
Kenny just saw the results of all that flooding.
That's why we're here. That's the other reason.
One more, I'm with your patience.
He's gonna promise some good weather for a while. We got him up here.
Okay, sorry, thank you so much.
Greg, buena suerte.
Invítenme, no me dejen solo.
Man, Rick, I don't know what you're gonna do now. Seems like we kind of grew up with you, man.
Oh, yeah. We appreciate the good
You gotta understand, the only reason to watch Channel 5 is because of him.
On me hand.
All right, at this time, we have another request that we move up item number 22A. It's a resolution in honor of Miss Gloria Beltran.
The same one who worked for Beto?
Yep.
Still around?
Judge, Commissioners, Elizabeth, I'll do the honor in reading it.
Okay.
Miss Gloria Ann Beltran, will you please come up to the front? And will you bring your family with you? And Elizabeth, if you can just introduce her family members.
Yes, of course. Ms. Gloria Ann Beltran is joining us today with her parents, Pedro and Elena Beltran, and her daughters, Michelle Mendoza and Amanda Worsham, and her husband, Ben.
You're retiring or what?
Yes. Judge, as they're making their way up to the front, I'd like to read the proclamation for Ms. Gloria Ann Beltran, giving us 38 years of good service here with the County of Hidalgo. And it reads as, whereas Ms. Gloria Ann Beltran is being honored for her exceptional work and dedication to the County of Hidalgo after serving with distinction and integrity for the past 38 years. And whereas she was born in 1954 to Pedro and Elena Beltran, a lifelong Edinburg resident, Ms. Beltran is a 1974 graduate of Edinburg High School. Ms. Beltran is the eldest of 5 siblings and has 5 children of her own, Michelle, Nestor Jr., Amanda, Aaron, and Nadia. And whereas Ms. Beltran began her career with Hidalgo County in 1976, serving 8 commissioners within 3 precincts and holding several titles during her long and dedicated career with the county. And whereas she worked for Commissioner Ramiro Cavazos in Precinct 1 from 1977 to 1984, Commissioner Felix Martinez in Precinct 3 from 1975 to 1980, and 2 commissioners in Precinct 4. Commissioner J.R. Ponce from 1975 to 1982, and Leonard Camarillo between 1983 and 1987. And whereas in 1988 she was handpicked to work with Commissioner Norberto Salinas in Precinct 3. By 1997 she was a personal manager for Commissioner Juan Rosell in Precinct 3. and later went on to work as an administrative assistant for Commissioner Oscar Garza in Precinct 4. Ms. Beltran served as executive assistant for Precinct 4 Commissioner Joseph Palacios from 2011 until her retirement in February 2015. And whereas after serving for 38 years, Ms. Beltran looks forward to spending more time with her family, including her parents, 5 children, and 3 grandchildren. As an active member of Sacred Heart Catholic Church, Ms. Beltran will be volunteering her time to the Church Administration Department. She also looks forward to traveling. Ms. Beltran is making a pilgrimage to Rome for 13 days as a member of the Sacred Heart Guadalupan Society. Now therefore be it resolved that the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court hereby recognize and honors Gloria Beltran for her outstanding service, dedication, and commitment during 38 years of service to the community and the citizens of Hidalgo County, and on this day wishes her long, healthy, and fruitful retirement, dated this 19th day of May, 2015.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Judge and Commissioners. I feel very honored to be receiving this acknowledgement today for my years of service, and it would not have been possible if we didn't have such a great county. I want to thank all the residents for allowing me the opportunity to serve them, and I want to thank each and every commissioner that I've ever worked for. And of course, I don't want to leave out my coworkers. They were a great asset. They were always there to assist me in anything and everything that was required, and also numerous departments in Hidalgo County who are a great blessing to Hidalgo County. They're always there to help, to point us in the right direction, and assist us in any form or fashion that they may need. And ultimately, my family, my parents, my children, and my grandchildren. Thank you all so much, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Can we call up the staff for Precinct 4?
Thank you very much for all the hard work.
Thank you.
Mingo, get in line.
Para que no flores.
Where's Mingo at? Raise your hand, sir. Gotta retire today.
All right, at this time, we're going to be moving up item number 7, a presentation by Mr. Rolando Garza, Hidalgo County's Chief Appraiser, regarding property appraisal process and appraisal protest procedures. Mr. Garza.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir. The what? Yeah. All right, are we ready, Rolando?
Yes, we are, Judge.
Why don't we begin by telling people that you are not a part of, you are not a department of the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court.
That is correct. The Hidalgo County
You
Appraisal
are an
District.
independent agency that has the responsibility of assessing values to property for tax purposes in Hidalgo County.
That is correct. Hidalgo County is a separate entity from the county itself.
And all public bodies are involved in electing the members of the appraisal board, but we don't tell you what to do. No, not one public body is involved in telling any member of your body what to do.
That is correct. Like I said, the Appraisal District is an independent body of the state of Texas. We are required to appraise property for ad valorem tax purposes. We have a board of directors that are elected by the taxing entities that we serve, and no commissioner or judge or elected official has the authority to tell us how to value property or what to do. The only role they play is to elect the board of directors. Their function is to hire and fire the chief appraiser, establish a budget, and establish an office. The board of directors also have no authority over value. I want to make that clear, because if you start calling the board of directors, they also have no authority over the valuation of property in this county.
All right, and the reason we're here is because the appraisals, the values went out in April of this year, and people started complaining and calling the county judge's office, some of them believing that they were complying with some protest procedure, that they were complaining, and we try to correct that and let them know that if they have any concerns, any complaints, that there is a procedure that the law has enacted that they need to follow.
That is correct. If a property owner is not in agreement with the valuation that we have placed on their property, they need to call the appraisal district, and only the appraisal district. Our phone number is 381-8466, and we are located at 4405 South Professional Drive, which is on Trenton Road between Klosner and Sugar Road on the south side. That is the only place that you can file a protest. You can do that online as well at www.hidalgoad.org. If you call the county judge's office, any commissioner's office, or any other office in Hidalgo County, you are not protesting the value, and we will not get to that protest. So they need to call our office, either send the protest by mail, by email, or appear in person before June the 1st.
All right, that is a deadline, June the 1st. You need, if you intend to complain, if you intend to protest, June the 1st is your deadline. You have to comply with it, otherwise you're going to be having to pay whatever taxes you're going to be required to under that valuation.
Yes, sir. We did send out about 158,000 notices. Hidalgo County has about 350,000 parcels of property. So about 45% of the property owners in Hidalgo County received a notice of appraised value. And those notices could be anywhere from an ownership change if you recently purchased property, or it could be an increase in the valuation.
How do you select which ones to appraise?
We look at the market value of properties that are selling, and we will value whatever property is in a market area that is changing. We have to value property as per section 2301 of the property tax code. We have to value all property at its market value. It doesn't say a select property, it says all property has to be valued every year at its market value.
So every year you revalue all of the properties in the county?
We look at all property in Hidalgo County every year. However, we only inspect about a third of the property. We have a 3-year cycle to physically inspect each property in the county.
And do you look at all factors and maybe at times decrease the value? For example, this morning we saw pictures of flooding.
Yes, sir.
I mean, those people that live in those homes, clearly.
And we'll be happy to look at that area. We weren't aware of it until recently with what happened with these rain events. We'll be happy to relook at that. But there were some properties, just like some that went up, some went down as well. 55% of the property owners did not receive a notice, meaning that their value either stayed the same or went down. So overall, the county got about a 5% increase in their valuation for 2015.
Now, I know that many people, many of us were taxpayers, were complaining about the values that were being, our properties were being appraised at for 2015 tax purposes.
Yes, sir.
And you came out on TV and said, and gave an explanation.
There's a variety of reasons why properties increase. What we look at are sales, and there could be a number of reasons why properties are selling. There's reports from Texas A&M on the housing market, and those have been published in the paper, where there are increases in the number of sales and also in the value that these properties are selling for. I am required to follow those trends and value property accordingly. I know it's not a popular thing, but that is my responsibility, and I take it very serious.
But you indicated that the reason was because many Mexican nationals had come into the area and were buying up property.
Well, that's one factor. That there are individuals from Mexico that are coming in and purchasing property. Again, that is one factor. That's not the only one.
Because that may be the case, but for whatever reason, they concentrate their purchases in the Sherryland and Mission areas, McAllen, certain extent, South McAllen.
While that may be true on the housing market, they also look at commercial properties throughout Hidalgo County. It's not only in one school district or city that individuals are purchasing property. There's over 30,000 transactions that happen every year that are recorded for property transfers. So we look at all of those transfers that are happening.
So you look at the values of the housing sales that have occurred to compare properties?
Yes, sir.
Is that the only method that you rely on?
There's 3 methods. So there's the market, which is what our properties are selling for. There's the income approach, and then the cost approach. What would it cost to rebuild a structure? And that's usually the most expensive. But we typically look at what our property's selling for. And again, with the increase in the housing market, in the commercial market, we are increasing those values, like I said, accordingly. Again, if an individual is not in agreement with those increases, they need to come by our office or file a protest by mail or email.
How can a property owner find out what the properties next to or in his block or in his area are selling for? So he can look at it and evaluate his situation.
They cannot find out what they're selling for from my office, because a lot of times that information is private, it's confidential. Sales are not public, and therefore we will not advertise, but we will show property owners what their neighbors are listed for or valued at on our website. All the values are there. You can look at them. Property owners are welcome to visit our website and look at what their property is valued at, as well as their neighbors.
Is there a certain number, a certain percentage of sales that have to occur before you rely on those sales to increase or decrease the values?
There's not a specific number, but we don't want just one sale one sale doesn't make the market, and therefore we look for a trend of properties selling, and that's what we will look for.
Judge, to address that question, you just asked Mr. Garza about the records of the sales within the jurisdiction of wherever somebody lives.
Yes.
We've got all those records online at the county clerk's website.
So people can go in there and research if there was a transfer or somebody bought a piece of property. However, it's not that simple as just looking at the deed. A lot of times the price is not disclosed on the deed.
Right.
They have to look at the accompanying deed of trust. They have to know what they're looking for so they can see what the bank lent the people to see, more or less what the value was at that time. But that is available online for free
All right.
to the taxpayers.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Rolando, is there any, and I didn't mean to start asking questions, but were you going to make a presentation?
No, sir, I just wanted to address why we're doing what we're doing. Like I said, as unpopular as it may be, it's still a requirement that I have to do on a yearly basis. Also, there's some current bills that are being looked at by the legislature regarding homestead exemptions, whereby the legislature is looking at increasing the amount of the homestead exemption from anywhere. Currently, it's at a $15,000 reduction for school district purposes. They're looking at increasing that amount anywhere from $30,000 to $45,000. So you're looking at a reduction currently of $200 on your school district taxes to maybe $450 reduction on school district taxes on the homestead exemption.
All right, Ms. Townsend, were you wanting to say something?
I guess I just want to make it clear, not everybody has a computer at home. And so it's a little bit more difficult to look for, but if you go to the appraisal district, someone will take the time to help you find about your property and about the adjoining properties. It takes some homework. I don't think the appraisal board is used to people coming and protesting. They usually get rid of the protests before you have to show up at the board. But I have to remind everybody that that board is made up of just common, ordinary people. And if you do your homework and present a whole lot of things on your side for your property not to be made ridiculously high, I think they will listen. It's just they're not used to it. And they never get much pressure because everybody's intimidated before they ever go in front of the board. Don't let that happen. If you don't protest, you won't get it down. And if you don't do your homework, you won't present a good case. So I'm telling everybody, it takes a little bit of effort, but you need to do it. Because they are not autonomous where they can just do whatever they want to. They have to follow guidelines and rules. And I believe anybody at the appraisal district would help, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone shows up and needs to have information and doesn't have a computer or doesn't know how to negotiate. I do ask everybody to not give up, don't be intimidated. This is our county. Whatever we have to live with is our fault. Either we care or we don't care, and we've got to do our job. Sorry, I wish it were easy to just sit back and say somebody else will do it. But they won't. Thank you.
This is going on all over the state, right, Judge?
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. All appraisal districts, then there's 254 throughout the state of Texas. They're all.
I got notices from 50, I got about 50 mobile homes that I bought in the Eagle Ford show for my employees.
Yes, sir.
And I all got increases in all my mobile homes.
I've seen articles from the Dallas area, from the Houston area, along the same lines that property owners are upset with the increases. I've heard double-digit increases in Dallas and Houston. Again, we're not at that point yet here, although if the market continues, we may get there. But Ms. Townsend is absolutely correct. If a property owner doesn't have access to a computer, they can come by our office. We have an information center. We'll be happy to give you the appraisal card for your property, and if you want your neighbors, we can give you that as well too. She was also referring to the board, and what she meant was the appraisal review board. If after you discuss your protest with my staff, if you do not come up with an agreement with them, we will send you to the appraisal review board, which is an independent board. It's not the board of directors. This is a board selected by the administrative judge of Hidalgo County. He selects the appraisal review board members. They sit and they are a judge and jury. They will hear any complaints, any value issues regarding a property owner's protest. They will be the ultimate decision. You present your protest to them. If you have information, they make a change or they may decide not to. Ms. Townsend is right. You need to come in, you need to protest, you need to do your homework. If you show up to my office and just say, I don't like the value, you're not going to get very far. You need to have information, you need to have what surrounding properties are valued at. If you know of sales that have occurred in that area, you need to bring those up to us so that we can look at those and hopefully come up with some agreement.
So the valuations that are, the assessment or the values that are arrived at, they are not arrived at by members of the board?
No, sir.
That's totally within your office. You're the chief appraiser and you hire, I guess, assistant appraisers to help you do that job?
Yes, sir.
How many different individuals are out there in this county working for your office that are valuing property?
I have 94 employees, about 45 of those are appraisers.
And those 45 appraisers are the ones that are, I guess we can say, responsible for setting values on properties. Are they the ultimate decision makers for purposes of the notice? Or do they come to your office and to you personally and you look at them, or?
No, my staff has the authority to make changes when they're talking to a property owner. I am the ultimate decision. When you see a notice that went out with a value, the blame is on me. I'm not going to blame my staff because I am the one who is appraising all those properties. I am statutorily required to do that. My staff is only an agent of me, and they're only doing the role that I asked them to do. But they do have the authority to make changes. Of course, if it's a large value increase, they do come and get approval from different staff members. But they do have the authority to make a change on the spot.
All right, we have tried to answer the basic questions. I know that there are some of you that made time to be here on this particular issue that may have a question that pertains to your properties.
And Judge, I'll be happy to
Can I have a show of hands? If we were to open it up, how many people would be asking questions?
Judge, I'll be happy to answer general questions. I cannot answer specific value questions for somebody's property because I don't think this is a forum for it. I'll be happy to answer general questions. If a property owner has a specific question that they want to ask, they need to go by our office.
Right.
I can't answer.
Do you have cards on you that you can provide to these ladies and gentlemen?
I have some. I'll go get them in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Mr. Garza, may I ask just one
Yes,
question
Commissioner.
here? Because I'm going back to what you presented in regards to inspecting properties. You said you inspect a third of the properties every year.
That is
And
correct.
so within a 3-year window, you've pretty much completed evaluating all the properties in our district or in our county. My question goes down to the exemptions, ag exempts. I mean, the process that you all follow to validate the exemptions. I know there was a question that I had asked, I don't know if about a year ago or so, about whether or not we are effectively evaluating exemptions. Then that's my question. Whether you want to answer it now, it's entirely up to you. And then I got a suggestion.
I can be happy to. I'll be happy to answer that question because once that comment was made, we did look at our procedures, especially on the ag valuations. We took a more aggressive approach. We have denied several thousand properties their ag valuations. We're getting a lot of protests regarding that.
Right.
And what we're telling the individuals is you need to use the property for an agricultural purpose. You can't just mow it every once in a while and say that you're baling because that is not an agricultural use. You need to actually physically use it for an agricultural purpose and you can get the valuation. Otherwise, we will remove it.
Then here goes my suggestion. I mean, because you talked about reasons for change, and I think the biggest complaint that I've heard is the ambiguity in the process. There's no set science in people's minds. So if you know the market changes, whether or not to preemptively advise people by the change of emerging markets in certain areas so they could fully understand from a perspective point that they're in a geographical area that's increasing in valuations because of development and such. And I know you probably handle it when they protest, but I think most taxpayers would like to preemptively see and to rationalize, that they are in a moving market. And so I just wish that there was a little bit more tools out there where people can really see the reasoning behind the change. That's.
Okay.
And I know it's vague, I know I mean, you don't have a bunch of economists there at the appraisal district, but it's just one of the things that, I think that's the gap between the theory and the practicality of the change.
Yeah. I think everyone sees that properties are increasing. However, when you're not selling, you look at the value shouldn't increase. And again, we look at what the tax code says, and it says you value all property at its current market value, not at what you think it's worth, but what other properties are selling for. We can certainly do some type of advertising as far as letting people know what we're looking at, what we're seeing out there. It's one of these catch-22s where if I raise a little bit every year, I get complaints. If I raise it a lot in 1 year, I get complaints, no matter what. Any amount of increase is going to generate an angry outcry, and I fully understand
Erica,
that.
why don't you talk to some of the gentlemen, get their names and numbers so that we make sure that they are talked to by Rolando and some of his staff
I would
at a
agree,
later
though,
time.
for us to be conveying a lot of the effect that, going back to the storms, there are a lot of residentials that have impacted negatively. Their houses aren't as retaining their value because
Certainly.
of the damage they sustained.
Yeah.
So
And we'll be
I think
happy to
it's a lot
look
of
at
data
those.
for us to get you
Yes.
so that we can address
If we
it.
can have the map of that area and what was affected, we'll be happy to look at that. Again, I think that does come into play as far as the valuation of their property.
But for sure, the judge and the commissioner's court don't have anything to do with evaluation, right?
Yes, sir.
Just to
Actually,
clarify that.
if any one of you were to call and ask me to do something, I would have to report you to the district attorney's office.
Thank
And
you.
I don't want to do that.
Mr.
Erica,
Garza, I have a
find out what
question.
the questions are, Dios.
Judge, if I may?
Yes,
I have
sir.
a question. With respect to residences, homesteads,
Yes, sir.
is there a rule as to how much they can go up every year? Is it no more than 10%?
That is correct. On their valuation, their taxable value can increase only 10%. Even
And can
though I
that
may
be-
value it higher, and the example I can give you is if in 2014 I had a value of $100,000 on your property, and in 2015 I want to raise it to 150 because that's what I think the market is, your appraised value is 150, but your taxable value is only 110 because I can only increase your value by 10%.
And that can go up, can it be 10% every single year?
It is 10% every year. Yes, Commissioner.
All right, commissioners, any other questions?
That's it.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you all for
Thank
giving me the
you.
opportunity
Rolando,
to
thank you,
relay
sir,
this.
for making time, and I know the community would appreciate if you would make an extra effort in making sure that you get their names and phone numbers while they're still here, those that want to visit with your office on their own personal property matters.
Yes, sir. If we get a,
And we'll be
Somebody-
glad to help you. Erica can start writing down the names and
sure, if she can get the name and phone number, we'll be happy to
if
contact.
anybody here that desires to meet with Mr. Garza and his staff, that young lady in the back, yes, sir?
I'd just like to make a statement concerning what it.
I
I want to ask you a question. I wanted to comment on some of the ways they.
I'm open for.
all right, you're going to make a statement? All right, and your name, sir? Did you sign up for open forum?
No, I didn't.
All right, I'll sign you up. The name is Danny what?
James.
James?
Crow.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
Well,
Judge
you
and
already
Commissioners.
signed up. All right. Thank you, Rolando. And anybody else that wants to give their names to this young lady dressed in blue, please do so before you leave. All right. At this time, we're going to go into open forum, which is the time that that by law we have to provide for you so that you can express your concerns. All right. The first presenter is Elizabeth Gonzalez. Is Elizabeth Gonzalez here?
Yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Judge, Lisbeth Gonzalez is out of our office. She had a short presentation just to show the impacts of what we experienced the last couple of weeks related to storms for the benefit of the general public.
Muy buenas tardes, otra vez los saludo con mucho gusto.
Flash flood watch until 7 p.m. this evening.
Still wet out there.
In flooding in your area, you can contact your county precinct office immediately. If you look around, you can tell this property is flooded with water after the recent rain. Half a dozen families in the Faysville area, that's in northern Edinburg.
Flood watch is still in effect because there could still be some flooding concerns. First.
Tuesday morning, around 1:45, one of our supervisors, George Guerra, was called by the Sheriff's Department that there was a lot of flooding, a bunch of debris, a bunch of trees down on Big 5 Road. Started coming in, the employees. We dispatched into those areas first so to take things off road and water, start pumping water. We managed to drain 2 of those projects completely. There's no water in houses, there's no water in bar ditches or anything. The next few days we're going to keep pumping. We're working Saturday, Sunday. We're pumping water with water trucks from Precinct 3, from Precinct 1, from Precinct 2, and ours as well. We're going to do it all weekend long.
Judge, just in closing, I know if you travel anywhere between a half a mile from the affected areas, most people don't understand what some of these people had been impacted by. I do want to thank the emergency management. The county judge was on site as well. Every single precinct here assisted in this last few events. We continue working around the clock for the general public. We are still assessing all our areas. We had 7 drastically affected areas. We're down to 2. So we're hoping to get people's lives back to normal. But we're going to continue working 7 days a week and throughout the night. So it was just a simple report for the benefit of the general public. Thank you.
I think it also points out that as a county, we need to be more vigilant in where we allow development to occur, where we approve and give final approval to these subdivisions that are going to be located in these low areas that, we know water is going to seek.
Judge, I remember we did that several years ago. We put a stop to one of the subdivisions, and we got sued, and we lost in federal court. Remember that, Steve?
Yes, sir.
I think the county ended up paying several $100,000 or something like that.
Well, if we could at least figure out a way to point out that situation to the home buyers, to the lot buyers. But I do think that should be something that we ought to be looking at and being a little bit more vigilant about. All right, the next presenter is Maria Champion.
Sure.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm here just to present, I know the law for property tax increases is a Texas law. 10% a year is very abusive. The judge should help us at least to fight this at the state level. 10%, if we get 10%, in 10 years they just double the price of the house, just too much. Well, as you can see, I gave you two croquis, map croquis. It says page 1. You can put it one on top of the other. And you can see this is the land prices. If you start on top on mile 17 and a half, there is Graciela subdivision, 360, Rosser High, 275. Well, Encinos Escondidos was increased 30%, having the next door neighbor subdivision, White Rock, at 350, and it was sold. See, that means that even if it was sold, they increased the next door neighbor. Sounds like the Inquisition. See, don't look at your neighbor because they're gonna punish you. So that's what happened right there. 425, this is a subdivision with houses less than 1,300 square feet. People live packed because they don't have money. It's been in foreclosure. 50% since 2008 because of the real estate problem. We don't have anything up there, see? But then if you go all the way to number one, can you see number 1 right there? There is the French Village right behind the Compass Bank, and they pay $125 per square foot of land, and this is a prime location. So what's going on? Encinos Escondido is paying $425 all the way north, in which we don't have parks, we don't have sidewalks, we don't have schools, our streets are full of potholes. So what's going on? They are punishing the poor people, and that is not fair. Please look at the Freddy Gonzalez and Sugar in number 2. They are paying, this is Freddy Gonzalez, prime location. They have stores, they have everything right there, have schools. They are paying $220, $350, $280. Number 3, Corner Sugar and Freddy Gonzalez. Brina, $305. Cedar Heights, $275. Greenbrier Acres, $305.
You have about 30 seconds, ma'am.
And this is on Freddy Gonzalez. We have 11 phases of Prime Rose subdivision between Trenton, 10, and Bicentennial. They pay $4, and this is prime location. So what are the parameters? How do they charge? What do they use? What methodology they use? Because this is very unfair for the poor people.
Next presenter is Luis de Leon.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge.
Good morning, sir.
I'm here to speak about brush and trash that are in our subdivision LJ in Precinct 1. And I've been here before, and we're trying to get this problem taken care of. We talked to the commissioner last time here, and he said he would be out there. So this has probably been over a year, and he has never come out there to speak with us, to let us know what's going on or anything. And we've been calling them before these rains we had a couple of weeks back, and he said that they were taking care of those problems. Well, see, I understand that they're taking care of these problems, but the problems we've had, we've been calling since January trying to get these taken care of. And we're not getting anything done. Well, if you can't get anything done, why don't you hire private contractors to pick up this stuff? That's another way you can do this. Other parts of the state do that. San Antonio does it. Houston does it. They hire contractors to pick up the rubbish, the trash on the highways. So I figured, why don't you do that if you don't have time to come out there? And we'd like to get a meeting in our subdivision. We'd like to get Mr. Cuellar out there to come and visit us. You know, we can get this done within the next couple of weeks. You know, have a meeting with the community and see what we can do about this. You know, because we got I got pictures that I took where we got trash on the streets where before it used to flood in that area. See, if all the trash and the brush and rubbish are all there, it's just going to stop the water from going into the drainages we have there now. That's the problem there in that community right now. And we'd like to get something taken care of with this and see what we can do about it. You know, if Mr. Guerra has time, we'd like you to come out there within the next couple of weeks. You know, you told us before you'd be out there, we haven't seen you.
We've done several cleanups there in LJ, and we're so backed up on brush pickup.
Yeah, but this was a problem before the storms. You know, you were there a couple weeks ago, they were there on Minnesota. You know, that's just 2 blocks down. You know, why couldn't they come the other 2 blocks and pick up everything in that community? You know, because it's bad in there. If you go in there, I've gotten, not in problems with people, because people have come in from other subdivisions throwing trash in the properties that are empty there. You know, why do I gotta clean it up? You know, I've picked up stuff that's not even mine.
Well, and that's the thing that I've experienced in our precinct, is a mere fact that we need the help of the residents there, because 100% of the trash isn't county trash, it's personal household trash and brush that comes from lots and things like that. So we're trying to do a lot of community awareness to get the people to help themselves, as well as jump in and do our part as well to help. So
You know,
we're all working
be there to help
on
too.
that
You know,
issue.
if we can get you out there, we'll.
All right, if we can't, in this part of the meeting, we cannot get involved in going back and forth discussions. And that's what that lawyer is trying to tell me.
Okay.
And so I apologize for that, but you know, you've made your presentation, and I think you got your point across, which is the purpose of open forum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I believe that this is between me and you. I think the constables and the JP should get more involved on it and give big citations, and don't release those, don't just do away with those citations. I mean, go ahead and charge for those fines, because there's a lot of people that are taking advantage and dumping all that trash on the side of the road. Maybe we need some surveillance cameras or something.
Okay, next presenter is Norma Aldape.
Buenos días, señores comisionados, juez. Mi nombre es Norma Aldape, vengo de los Olivares Acres, Unidad 1 en Mercedes. La razón es dar las gracias, ¿verdad?, por apoyar nuestra propuesta de luz. Como soy miembro de Lupe, hemos estado sobre esta propuesta, ¿verdad?, trabajando, y sabemos que nos están apoyando en la legislatura.
Good morning. My name is Norma Aldape, and I come from the Olivares in Precinct 1, and I'm a member of Lupe, and also here to just thank the commissioners for supporting the legislation for the public light. We've been following the legislation, and we know that you're supporting this, and you're working also to pass this legislation.
Sabemos que están muy ocupados ahorita con las inundaciones que hemos pasado con esta tormenta, ¿verdad?, en exclusivamente el señor Palacios. Pero queremos decirles, ¿verdad?, que seguimos trabajando en nuestra propuesta de luz.
We know that you've been very busy with all the rain and all the flooding that is happening in the county, and we know especially that Commissioner Joseph Palacios has been busy with this. But we also want to tell you that we continue to fight for the public light in colonias.
Pero a la vez, cuando andamos en las colonias, nuestros habitantes de estas colonias, de las pruebas piloto que se van a hacer, nos preguntan, ¿y es cierto que se va a hacer la luz? Todavía hay esa duda. Entonces, nosotros les decimos, nuestros comisionados nos están apoyando, y yo sé que lo van a hacer, que sus palabras no van a quedar en el viento. Es mi respuesta.
But when we're working in the pilot colonias that we're working on, people still doubt that if this is going to happen. They have doubts the commissioner is going to follow through with the word, and my response to them is no. The commissioners are going to have the word with this, and we are going to have public lights, because they're working and they're supporting us. And that's what I respond to the people when they have doubts about if the pilot programs are really going to happen.
Por eso les pido que no se olviden con estos todos problemas, y detrás de ustedes acuérdense que hay una gran comunidad que tiene las necesidades. Gracias.
And that's what I'm asking you to continue to think of this issue, so the people can continue to have faith on you. And I know that you have a lot of problems right now, but in the midst of this, we want you to remember the public light in colonias. Thank you. And remember that we are behind us is a great big community with these needs. Thank you.
All right, next presenter is Luis Peña.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge.
Morning, sir.
I just want to, I'm kind of confused how the way it works in this county when employees are hired. Some don't even get a drug test. Some are not even drug tested. I speak because there is an employee who was currently hired by a county office. I'm not going to mention the name of the office. He's a former city marshal of San Juan, and he resigned from the position because he refused to go inside the bathroom with another man to conduct a drug test. Well, that's tough. That's the way random drug tests are conducted. Somebody has to go in there with you. The only way you're not going to go in there is if you have something to hide, which was the case of this man. Now, he's a county employee now, and apparently nobody looks at that, but I guess that's just the way the employment practices of hiring in Hidalgo County are. I mean, you can pop dirty on a drug test anywhere else and you can still get hired here. You can refuse to go into the bathroom with another man. I mean, it's just, it's kind of confusing how it works. I'm just trying to figure it out. All I can say is that he was probably hired because he's part of the old political faction of the PSJ political machine, which is made up of liars, thieves, cheats, and convicted felons. Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have to say.
Next presenter is Ramiro Trevino.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning,
Commissioners,
sir.
Senior Administration, ladies and gentlemen. Government entities have the responsibilities today that are so complex. But what I take grave issue with is the fact that we continue to do political hirings, paybacks of political commitments during the campaigns that that were made. The same thing goes with political appointments to important board of trustees of different government entities. When are we going to stop putting in effect the good old boy system of the corrupt mecca of the United States, which is Hidalgo County? I don't know how you all, with all due respect to each and every one of you, can sit there and not see this as a problem. That we have a political appointment to a board, an honorable person. The new commissioner comes in, and because that honorable person that was appointed before him is not part of his political circle, we try to remove him. We have people who sit up here, pick up the phone, call different departments within the county. I want this person hired. Those are the things that I take grave issue with. Each and every one of you has the responsibility, as I do, as the community activist that I become in my town. People come to me every day on a daily basis looking for work, people that are down and out. I don't have a problem with people up here and people as myself looking for work under the right circumstances to help somebody find employment. When we do it under the right circumstances, not as a political payback, not as a political commitment that, that we have to meet under this chair. Those are the issues that need to be addressed by all of you. Please take the time to reflect and to know that if you sit alone up there and vote alone, you'll be respected and eventually applauded. Thank you.
Next presenter is Opal Billman.
Good morning. My name is Opal Billman. In Hidalgo County, I have been held in police-enforced false imprisonment for 18 years. False imprisonment is any unlawful restraint of a person's freedom of motion. False imprisonment is a crime. I would like an official explanation and clarification. To obtain a divorce, community property is submitted to the court to make certain that the property settlement is fair and just between the two people who own the property. Assurance of a legal division is to be decided by an impartial and ethical person that has no interest in the property. Community property is undivided private property owned jointly by two people who are married. Neither spouse by themselves can sell, give away, transfer, convey, or will the other spouse's half of the community property. Hidalgo County apparently is setting some kind of a record. I've never ever heard of a court action like this one. Our community property evidently became somebody's economic enrichment package. The only thing the court did was take our community property away from us for free. Total, absolute profit. Joe and I bought, paid for, and paid the taxes on land deeded to us by people named Narahara, Callison, Sosby, the Veterans Administration, Allen Shivers, Howard Construction Company, Searcy, Steele, the estate of Homer Morris, and other Billman family members. Joe and I paid these people money for their land. No one has paid Joe or I any money for our land, and Joe and I have not sold any of our land. The court did not divide our land. Joe and I still hold the valid deeds to the land. There has been no division of our community property. It remains owned under Texas law, undivided half and half between Joe and me. Apparently, when this petition for divorce hit the courthouse, our community property became up for grabs. Written into documents that are recorded at the courthouse are claims by one couple that they bought our land. This couple rented a house. All money paid by them was for rent on a rental house they were living in. Yet they recorded documents at the courthouse claiming to have been buying our land. Another document claims our land is infrastructure for a public street to access apartments now being built. Infrastructure is the foundation. Our land is not infrastructure for these developers who planned their development to include our land for their street. Their street comes out of their land. Infrastructure for our land is the deed we have held to this land since 1942, 73 years ago. Examine the actions of the court and all of the documents, all of my community property and the money it is producing.
You got 30 seconds.
Was absorbed by the court. Yes, sir. For a divorce settlement, I was awarded nothing. The divorce action consisted of taking everything I own, and to keep me out of the way for the takeover of my property, police enforced false imprisonment. I want my freedom, and I want the court to comply with the law and release our community property. Thank you very much.
Next presenter is Fern McClarty.
Beth is going to pass out some paperwork. I see today on 23A, you're talking about collecting $20 scofflaw for the Justice of Peace cases, $20 off of the county and district court cases, and anybody that has not paid their fines, fees, and taxes on by the county, you're going to add money. This is $20 for the civil, and if you look in the file that I just gave you, it's 12 pages for the county clerk, fees and fines that you're tacking onto people. The district clerk is 12 pages. The JPs, matter of fact, on their paper, what the numbers there, add another $2 on top of that. And it just goes on and on when we talk about the car tags. All this paper's in there. So you can see each and every one of the fines and fees that you're already putting and burdening the people here. In the dailyfinance.com, I always look at the county, see which one are the poorest counties, but we looked at, and it's the poorest cities. And it showed that Brownsville and Harlingen is number one, the poorest cities. The second is Pine Bluff, Arkansas. The third, they lumped 3 cities together, McAllen, Edinburg, and Mission. on the median household income of those three cities is around $33,732. It said that 33.2 to 33.4% is at or on the poverty line. Talks about 250,000 people who are under the poverty line, which means 1 in every 3 are in poverty. Another big number is 30% of the residents that live here rely on food stamps to nourish themselves. And you want to stick another $20 on top of them. Obviously, $20 is not too much. I thought about it. I said, well, I don't know if they smoke cigars, but maybe y'all light them up with $20. But we bend over and pick up a penny when we find it on the ground. And I teach my grandchildren to do that. So we're asking you, when you're so easy to put another $10, another $20 here, look at these pages. Look at those numbers. That's the people that were in this room. That's the people that you don't see each and every day, and it's the people that are griping about their property values going up. Another $20 here, another $10 there. Dear God, when does it ever stop on us? I don't understand. Thank you.
All right, next presenter is Mario Cano.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning,
Mario
sir.
Cano with Hidalgo County Precinct 1. I wanted to talk a little bit real quickly about the aftermath that we experienced. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about it already, about the storms that we had. If you recall, on April 25th, we had also some severe weather, and this, in fact, impacted a lot of in our precinct in the Donna area, where we had some homes and obviously debris. And then more recently, we had, of course, more severe weather, and that impacted a little bit, the northern part of our precinct, specifically in La Villa. I remember watching the news at 1:30 in the morning, and at one point they had 85-mile-per-hour winds in that particular area, and that was, of course, a concern to our staff and commissioner as well. So we quickly in the morning dispatched our crews out there to call on our different communities in Precinct 1, the cities, letting them know if they needed help, we're here. We've also worked with the several city employees throughout the precinct to help them up with the problem with the brush. I know that right now is a big problem, and we continue to ask our residents to please be patient as we move along with trying to clear the brush that has piled up in several of our colonias and our communities, specifically in our precinct. Currently, we have a little bit over 560 work orders that are open and that have grown. I mean, we've had an increase of calls. We receive anywhere between 100 and 125 calls per day, and we've had an increase on specifically on the brush, and that's something that we're trying to address the best that we can, and we ask everybody to please be patient, and we will be working to get it cleared out as soon as we can. I know that some people, it obviously can become a health hazard, with rodents and things like that. So it's important to us, and we hear you loud and clear when you call our office, and we would want you to know that we are there. We don't want to leave out any community. We understand. We just want to remind you, our precinct, we cover from Mercedes to Alamo, from Progreso Lakes all the way to Hargill. So it's a big area, and sometimes, with the trucks that we have, is sometimes we're a little bit backed up, especially with these storms has really set us back. And I just want to let you guys, the community, know, especially those that are watching at home, that we are doing our best, and we welcome, to call our office, and we'll try to close out that work order as soon as we can. Thank you.
We're not ignoring anybody, and we're trying to move as fast as we can. And I want to thank all the commissioners, because we've gotten help from everybody. I always is asking for something all the time from somebody, so I called the Mingo Precinct 3, I called the Precinct 4, and then Eddie here also. So, and they've always been very cooperative with us, so I want to thank them, for being there for us, and we'll some way, somehow address all these issues that we have with the brush.
All right.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Mr. James Crow.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I want to talk about the property appraisal.
One, the cutoff, when they send out the notices, you don't have a whole lot of time to get your protest in order because of June the 1st. Another thing is, the state requires them to, he said to appraise it at market value, not 125% above market value. They go out, for instance, on a mobile home. They go to Victoria Palms and see what one is selling for. And then, but the one just like the one that's selling in Costa del Sol will sell for a lot more at Victoria Palms than it does at Costa del Sol. He also goes to, and then his office told me this, they also go to mobile home dealers. Well, anybody knows that mobile home dealers, on average, ask $10,000 more for a mobile home than what they're willing to sell it for. So they are, for instance, a mobile home, mine was appraised for right at $18,000. It had went down like mobile homes are supposed to go down. They depreciate from the time you get them. They had it down to $39,000, and then all of a sudden in 2013 they jumped it to $58,000, $57,000, almost $58,000. That's almost $18,000 more than it sold for brand new, including all the improvements. So they are appraising them way more than what you can sell one for. They're only the market value, only what you can sell it for in a reasonable amount of time. And another thing, they are charging personal property tax on concrete. In a mobile home park, you don't own the lot. You don't own the land or the lot. But they told me personally that when they're appraising the mobile home, they look at the concrete and, well, if you move the mobile home, you can't take the concrete with you. So they are overappraising the mobile home. And that's one reason that you're losing a lot of the winter tax. I come as a winter Texan, but just like past week I became a Texan. But a lot of winter Texans are going back to selling their mobile home and going back to a motor home, to RV, and traveling so they can get away from the high taxes. And when they interviewed them on TV about the loss of winter Texan coming down, they went to the park managers and asked. Well, the park manager has to talk it up. We all know that you're losing winter Texan, and that's part of the reason that the taxes, they're not all dying off. So, well, anyway, that's my statement, I guess. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, sir. Next presenter is Hernan Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Good morning,
I want to address the comments that Mr. Garza made from the appeals board, the appraisal board. I know everybody heard him and that sort of thing, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people is thinking that that's the God's truth and all that. I'm here to say that that's not entirely true, everything that he said. I'll give you an example. He said, well, we have an appeals hearing board. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And I've been appealing our property valuation that we have 10 acres that's brushland for the last 10 years, because out of 10 years, almost every year, they have come in and raised my valuation anywhere from 25 to 50% of the valuation. So I have to appeal because I know what my land is worth. And so I have to go to appeals board. You go to them first, yes, that's a procedure. But it doesn't matter what you present to them, at least in my case, they'll ignore it. And they say, well, you got to go to appeals board. Well, on the appeals board, there have been some times the appeals board know what they're doing. A number of times they don't know what they're doing. And the reason I know is because What I do, I want to fill out the appeals board before I go there. So 2, 3, or 4 days before, or even a week before, I go and sit and listen to other people that are having their case heard in front of the appeals board. And I can tell you, 85% of the people, maybe 90%, they're coming like what he said. He did say, they just go in and say, well, my taxes are going to go up because you're raising my deal. And they don't know what to present to the appeals board. Now, the appeals board, like last year that I went before them, what they wanted was for me to have an appraisal of my land to counter the appraisal district. And I didn't have one. My position was that the comparables that they were using were invalid. One time, this is what they did. I'll tell you, and their philosophy is divide and conquer. That's why they want to deal with you on an individual basis, because they don't want to deal with 10, 15, 20 people, 30 people, 50 people that have the same issue. They want to divide and conquer. And they know they can win that way. On one year, on the, like I said, the property that I'm talking about is 10 acres brushland. I have trees that are 8 feet tall and that sort of thing, and overgrown with grass, etc. Well, one comparable was a subdivision that was already developed and people were already living in there. That is not a valid comparable. On the same deal, they put in a tract of land, 20 acres, that was adjacent to a country club. My property is not adjacent to a country club. That property was also had a frontage of a state highway. My property is on a county road that is hardly maintained. You had potholes and that sort of thing. So it's not as simple as what he says. Just go to appeals board and they'll hear you. They'll hear you all right, because they have to. That doesn't mean you're going to win. As a matter of fact, if you look at the statistics, and I haven't done a research on them, but I'm pretty sure you're going to find that probably 85% of those that go in front, and I'm talking about property owners, just regular Joes like me, they lose at the appeals because they don't know what's involved. There was a gentleman saying, I believe from the county court or something, that you can go to a county court and find comparables there and that sort of thing. Try and do that. You have to know, you almost have to be a lawyer to know how to do that, how to do that kind of research. It's not as simple as just walking in and say, I want to look at the properties, that sort of thing. It's not that simple. The system is stacked against the regular taxpayer. It's stacked. And this is where you come in. You should be, the commission should be an advocate for the taxpayer with the legislature, so that this process that's in place right now needs to be changed. I'm proposing, instead of doing it every year, like what, in my case, that's what they're doing, even though they said, well, now it's time for you. Well, I just got, for 2015, again, 50% higher of appraised value than last year. Last year, I lost at the appeals board. I had to go to arbitration. You have a right to go to arbitration. After you lose at the appeals board, you can either go to arbitration or you can file a lawsuit. If you file a lawsuit, it's going to require a lawyer, and you're not going to find a lawyer for $25. You know, he's going to cost you several $1,000s. Or you can go to arbitration. Well, arbitration is going to cost you $500. Not everybody has $500. If you lose at arbitration, you lose the $500. If you win at arbitration, it's only going to cost you $50. So the system is stacked against the taxpayer. And quite frankly, one of the problems is we taxpayers don't unite to fight this kind of systems and that sort of thing.
Mr. Rodriguez, you need to wind it down, please, sir.
Because they're not easy to fight. But what I'm saying is, you as the commission, I'm asking, be an advocate for the taxpayers with the legislature so we can change the system. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, on our consent agenda, any concerns?
Judge, under consent agenda, item 2A, I'd like to pull that out for no action.
2A?
2A, I'd like to pull that out. And 2G.
We got 2G and 2L. Move for approval.
Actually, it's 2G and 12L, right?
Right.
Second. So we got.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under taking them out of order, item 2A, under the, that was taken out, no action, Judge.
No action.
Sergio?
On 2G, no action as well.
All right, and that last one?
How about 12L?
Martha Salazar for the Purchasing Department on 12L. We're going to be requesting that the court approve subject to the final review by legal counsel that was sent yesterday to the DA's office. Of course, it will not be executed or PO issued until legal counsel gives
Move
us
for
their.
approval, subject.
Is that the agreement between the county and,
Between,
Time Warner?
yes, Time Warner, between the fire marshal's office and Time Warner.
approved subject to?
Yes.
Subject to legal's final review.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
If I may ask Commissioners Court to recess and reconvene Drainage District, I think we can take care.
Could, with that, Marty, could we hold off just a little bit on that? It's being reviewed, the document right now?
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
that's
Steve,
fine.
let
You just
Steve
closed.
look at it and
Yes.
see what.
So just give us a few minutes. Okay.
But that took care of the consent agenda, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
All right, I want to make sure that we advise the media. I've been made aware that they're waiting for that emergency meeting, that we're not going to be having that emergency meeting today, but it's been rescheduled until what?
Friday.
Friday at what time?
Monica, what time was it posted for? I'm
10
sorry?
o'clock.
11 a.m.
Friday, this Friday at 11 a.m. All right, sir. Item number 6B.
Judge, no action on that one.
All right.
And then item 6C, I know we've had a long agenda, so I'll be brief. Right now, on the legislative update, Colonia Lights bill looks like it's favorable. We're cautiously optimistic that it'll keep going with the lean language in there. Also, the healthcare district looks like it's on its way as well. There's a border bill that's being worked out in the conference committees. We do have Senator Hoehn on that committee. And also on the courthouse filing fee, the House didn't get a second reading, but the Senate version had already made it out, so that one looks like it's favorable. The other things we're monitoring are the breaking up of the 13th Court of Appeals. We did go against that. However, in the committee, it went, I think, 5-3, so it made it out kind of small, but we're still monitoring that. We went against it. Judge Gina Benavides was there as well, going against it as well. Also, in regards to Valde and Marty, there was a House Bill 2049 that Valde had some serious concerns about. It did pass unanimously, or close to unanimously, in the House floor, despite a lot of opposition from the Council of Urban Counties, TAC, you name it. Harris County was against it. But I'll let Valde kind of
Judge,
elaborate on
Commissioners,
that.
and Marty, Judge, Commissioners, in looking at the language that was crafted, I had a serious concern. Marty looked at it. I forwarded it over to Marty, and everybody looked at it. And as it turns out, this particular piece of legislation, at the end of the day, it appears that it saddles liability to counties with respect to two types of professional services, which are
Architectural and engineering contracts. I did have Ms. Getz send me an analysis to make sure that I understood the legal impact that it might have, or liability impact more to counties. It is a very dangerous bill that now puts a lot of potential liability to counties as far as engineering or architectural contracts are concerned. I think we're going to have to be very, very careful as to how we proceed. I had a conversation with Mr. Guerra that if indeed, and it looks like it's going to be signed, it's going to become law, effective September 1st, that we start working with, modifying our current agreement, but in this has now gone totally professional-sided. It has alleviated the professional from being held responsible for acts. Right now, we hold for acts of any of those aspects that they draft plans and specs for us. This now totally washes that down because they're not going to be held responsible for anyone under their team to have committed any kind of, or alleged, infraction.
All right.
So it is something I think the court is going to have to be very careful from now on in the engagement of architectural and engineering contracts.
And Judge Commissioners, as Bobby stated, there was strong opposition against it, but
I know I had brought it to you. You all had voted a unanimous letter of support from my association, the Texas Purchasing Professionals Association. They have a legislative branch, of course, that tracks these. The minute I was given notice, we sent it to you. But apparently, by the time this thing, the ball had started rolling, and it was a big snowball, and apparently this is now the result. So as I heard from not just Bobby, but from Jesse Osuna, like you said, we'd have to start working now for the next 2 years to try, because the impact is going to be very important to our underwriters. So I just want to make that clear to the court.
Okay.
We need to tread very, very carefully now with these professional contracts.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge,
All
if I
right.
may, with respect to, Bobby, you mentioned that looks like the hospital district is coming back, and I wanted to see if I could, urge the county to invest in a nonpartisan third party that can give us the pros and cons of having a hospital district. I've been looking for that information. I know that last time we were pitched the idea of a district, and if we've been provided information that show the pros and cons of a district so that our taxpayers can know, so that we can know and we can make informed decisions, I'd love that to be provided to us, or I'd love to hire somebody that can provide us the pros and cons. And not somebody that's going to benefit directly from this area, but somebody from outside the area that can tell us both the pros and cons.
Okay. I guess from the legal, maybe we can consult with Steve on who out there is appropriate to engage with that.
And I guess at some point, I'd like to know if we have the desire to move that forward, and if we don't, so that we can look for other ways of trying to figure this out. It's hard for me as one of the commissioners to sit up here and be able to decide on how many cents or whether to have a district or not have a district without the appropriate information in front of us. And I can't do it. I'm not able to come up with the pros and cons of that, so I think that we need to look out for somebody that can help us with that.
Okay. We'll look for somebody.
Well, I think it's important that we have a clear understanding of what we'd be voting for. Has the bill changed in requiring the number of, 50 people to sign a petition, and we're mandated to approve it?
I think it's still there. That's the 50.
All right. The way it's structured, we really have no discretion. As far as allowing it to be on the ballot, the discretion would lie in informing the public, once it's placed on the ballot, what the pros and cons are. That I would agree with you, but,
But Judge, we have the discretion as to setting it at the beginning. If you recall that, I believe that we set it.
Setting what, Commissioner?
The rate.
I guess what the rate was at the beginning, when we decided 9 cents or 7 cents?
8 cents.
8 cents. That's the discretion, that was put on us.
I don't know.
There was a cap of 25. That's what it had said, 25 cents. But we were going to start it at 8, and it was up to Commissioner's Court to decide it was 8 cents.
Correct.
But then it was going to go up as they needed it.
Correct.
But it was up to 75 cents, but they had verbally said it was going to be 25.
Correct.
But Judge, that 8 cents could have very easily been 1 cent, it could have been 25 cents. And so how do we make that decision without all the information in front of us? I can't.
Well,
And just so you know that
we did go into how we got to 8 cents, what 8 cents was going to provide for the district, and what they were going to do with the money. And the money was going to be used for the medical school to fund our indigent care, and the balance to be used by I guess the medical school.
I believe he's gonna provide about $22 million, 8 cents. ¿Verdad?
16, 20,
And
about
just
24.
and just so you know that in part of this bill that they have here,
$5 million for the hospital, I mean, for the school.
on this bill, they did attach language that said that.
But to answer your question, Commissioner, I think it's important, what you're suggesting is important that we do. But I don't think we have the discretion of putting it on the ballot.
Oh, no, I agree with that, Judge,
You know,
for
that,
sure.
if we're mandated, if 50 people sign a petition, present it to us, you know, there's nothing we can do about it, it's going to be on the ballot.
I think what he's trying to say,
I'm glad
Judge,
you
is
cleared that up, but I'm not arguing with that.
it's
For
for
sure,
us
I
to
agree.
make the decision how much it would go, I mean, the tax would be, or what?
And also to allow
Yeah.
the taxpayers to know what it is that they're getting, because in the end, I don't think that there was the pros and cons of the district. I believe that it was just the people that wanted it were putting forth their pitch. And I think that the taxpayers deserve both sides of the, I guess, of the issue.
Yeah, don't you want the public to know this time around? Obviously, you have the power. You may have 50 people come and sign a petition, but you are the Commissioner's Court. You make the decision if you're going to burden the people of your county. And and it's going to take only 50 signatures, but it takes 15% of the registered voters to do any type of rollback. That's really convenient. Why didn't you just make it 100%? So that means about 45,000 signatures. You have the power to not put this on the people. You have the power to pay, as Mayor Beto Salinas says, to pay your 10% instead of voting to only pay 8 or 6, whatever it is that y'all decide to do for the indigent. And the only ones that are going to get this, anything, if you read the law, is the very, very, very poor. They are going to have to pay something, and then everybody else gets the bill. So you have the power for those 50 people. You don't have to do it. If that's it, we've got about 450, 500 signatures saying they are against it. So you are Commissioner's Court. You have the right to do it. You have the right to let the people, as the Commissioner is stating, give it the pros and cons. Let everybody understand what this is about.
Any other questions, Commissioner? All right. Thank you, Bob.
One other thing, Judge, I'd like to leave on the courthouse filing fee. We did get a support on that from the Texas Public Policy Action Group, which is a conservative, libertarian-leaning group. And I'll just tell you what they said. This bill affirms the principle of limited government. While the bill does carry a fiscal impact, it is an appropriate one. A legitimate function of limited government is to provide a justice system. It is important to have courthouses to carry out that justice system that are adequate to the size of the population and that do not require constant maintenance because of their age, which would potentially cause more costs than simply updating the building. SB 1964 achieves these goals while placing the financial burden on those who actively use the system by filing cases or real estate recordings. Therefore, we support this legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next item, item 6D, I would reappoint Mr. Eloy Avila. I think it's my position that's coming up for the Hidalgo County Housing Authority Board. Mr. Avila is presently the chairman of that board, and subject to your approval, I would appoint him or nominate him for reappointment.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Item 8, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. We do have a lengthy agenda. There is no action today on the item 8A, 1, 2, and 3. We'll have something for our next court session. Item B, I'm asking the court to accept a settlement check from Peachtree Casualty Insurance Company in the amount of $459.25. This will settle an auto accident with one of our county vehicles.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item C is, I'm asking, there's a exceptional application for access to public. It's a county road by Lenore Leal under Transportation Code 251, Section .053. This is a right-of-way issue in the Precinct 3 area.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item D, under our environmental compliance, there is a reporting the submittal of Hidalgo County's Tier 2 Chemical Inventory Report for 2014. This is to the Texas Department of State Health Services. We're also requesting payment of the associated fee of $100 based on types and quantities of materials stored by the county.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item E, I'm requesting approval of the proposed plans for State Highway 364 La Homa Road between State Highway 495, which is mile 1, to FM 1924, which is mile 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm also requesting approval of the proposed plans for State Highway Improvement FM 1925, which is Monte Cristo Road, from .13 miles east of Kenyon Road to .21 miles east of FM 907, which is Alamo Road.
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
My last request is approval of proposed plans for State Highway Improvement for US 83 from .85 miles east of FM 886, which is El Faro Road, and .28 miles west of Showers Road.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Number 9, District Attorney's Office.
Ms. Luna? I'm sorry, not Ms. Luna. I was thinking of the wrong Rosie. My apologies.
Good morning, Commissioners. Number 1, authorization and approval of the Criminal District Attorney's Office to apply for the FY 2016-2017 Victim Coordinator and Liaison Grant with the Office of the Attorney General.
Move for approval.
Number 2, approval of statements
Hold
supporting
on.
submission.
Let me get a vote real quick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Number 2, approval of statements supporting submission of the application to the OAG, Crime Victim Services Division, and resolution of governing body.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioners, with your permission, there is a related action item for the District Attorney's Office, which is under item 12. I would ask if we could take item 12 as we have Rosie on the podium.
Okay.
Commissioners, we're presenting this item for your approval as a part of the evaluating and assessing of the office. Mr. Rodriguez has asked me to bring this item to you. Number 1, requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Number 2,
And for the record, it would be for the 1100, 1223, and 1222 accounts. Okay.
Number 2, discussion, consideration, and approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period, 6/1/2015. There's various items here to include salary adjustments, creations, and deletion of cost allocations.
Move for approval.
We don't have to read all that, right?
No, it's been properly posted on the
Okay.
agenda. We did meet the 72 hours, and they are on the agenda. Again, she does mention that there are various accounts, so, and everything is posted on here with a net
Move
change.
for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 3, approval of budget amendment and/or transfers.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 4, approval to revise salary schedules in accordance to Commissioners Court action.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next item is the DA Criminal District Attorney's account, general fund account, and the pretrial diversion, 1225.
Move for approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 1, requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy, personnel-related amendments, and it includes the same as previously discussed in the first section.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 2, discussion, consideration, and approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period, 6/1/2015.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 3 is approval to revise the salary schedule in accordance with Commissioners Court action.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next section is the DA's, the criminal account and the bond forfeiture account, and they're both 1100 accounts. Number 1 is requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy, personal-related amendments.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 2, discussion, consideration, and approval of the following personnel actions effective next full pay period, 6/1/2015.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And number 3 is approval to revise the salary schedules in accordance with Commissioners Court action.
Move
For approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You have item B for Haida? Yes.
Item 12B, this is for HIDA Treasury e-sharing funds, Fund 1252. Number 1, approval to create 2 full-time positions as follows. Create slots numbers 1 and 2, Department 270, Program 12, 2 criminal investigator, 2 positions at $60,000 each.
Move for approval. Vande, do we have the money set aside for that?
Yes, this is,
Commissioner,
actually, this is Fund 1252.
Yes, sir.
The what?
Just a point of information that the funding that they're going to utilize only allows for the first year of reimbursement.
Yeah, but it can be done for this year.
Yeah, for this
Yes.
year, yeah, just a point of
problem.
information that the following year has to be picked up by.
Yeah, we'll find it somewhere.
We will be, right, we're working with the DA's office. We'll be addressing that in our budget
But also,
process.
the guide is being revised, so it's no longer going to be allowed, even the
Well,
second year.
I'm sorry, as long as we secure the funds this year, we'll be able to utilize those monies, and even if the guidelines change, it'll be effective when, at the next cycle, not right now.
Yeah.
But you said
Number-
you'd be funding out of general fund?
Right.
In case that they want to.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
we also have our discretionary funds in the event that we cannot secure general fund.
Right.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 2, authorization to pay overtime under the U.S. Treasury e-sharing terms and conditions.
Move for approval.
Second?
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Approval of appropriation of, number 3, approval of appropriation of funds.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And number 4, approval to create the salary schedule in accordance with Commissioners Court action.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Rosie, Ms. Esther, and just for the record, I'm still going to, I'm still working with the District Attorney's Office. I have a couple of positions that we're still trying to work with for their, for the civil side.
litigation.
And so they, again, as always, funding is always, an underlining issue, so I'm still continuing to work with them, and I'm hoping to get something on the agenda for the next, if not the following.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good job, Esther.
Go ahead and finish that one, Mr.
Oh, yes, Ms. Esther, could you do, yes, and we'll finish out the human resources for road maintenance?
12C, 1, requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy.
Muy lejos.
Mándeme.
The mic.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
12C for precinct 1, requesting waiver of the budget amendment policy, personnel-related amendments, and discussion, consideration, and approval to create 1 full-time temporary position not to exceed 3 months. And it would be slot 005, it's under Department Code 121-005, slot, temporary slot 147, maintenance 1 at $25,000.
Move for
And
approval on 1, 2,
And 3.
and 3, I guess.
Second.
Judge, Commissioners, there's no funding in place for this.
Subject to funding.
We will address the funding.
Where's the funding, first? I don't know if he's got any funding available.
The funding will,
Subject to
the
funding.
funding will be addressed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
All in
Esther.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
We're going back to 10, I believe, Judge.
Item 10.
10.
Yes. The Sheriff's Office.
Constables.
Item
Constable.
10, our constables.
10A, Judge Commissioners, there's no action under Constable Precinct 3. We'll be bringing 10A back at a later time. We have Constable Precinct 4.
All right.
Item
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Then we'll
Constable
move on to
Gaetan,
10B.
Precinct 4, Judge. 10B, A, 1-49572, Constable Precinct 4, LEOSE. That's Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Education, Judge. 1220, approval of certification of revenues as certified by the County Auditor for the 2015 LEOSE Peace Officers Allocation Funds awarded and received from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts Office.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor,
That it?
Aye.
say aye.
I jumped in front of you. I thought it was still Judge.
Le fue la U.
You want me to warm it up for you? Okay, motion carried.
And 2, approval of 2015 appropriation of funds for Constable Precinct 4, LEOSE 1220, in the amount of $1,732.59.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Item 11, our Sheriff's Office.
Good day, Judge, Commissioners. Richard Ozuna, Sheriff's Office, Hidalgo County, on behalf of our Sheriff Eddie Guerra. 11A is the approval memorandum of understanding. It's an addendum for the multidisciplinary team enhancement program of the Children's Advocacy Center.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under 11A2 is the approval to authorize our Sheriff Eddie Guerra, the County Sheriff, to sign the document.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under item B is approval to accept the FY 2014 Operation Stone Garden Grant, Phase 1, from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, in the total amount of $4,674,438. Now, under the Phase 1, the total amount of $3,106,844.73 will be passed through the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Move for approval.
Judge,
Yes.
just a point of information on that item. The entire amount that was awarded was $4.6 million plus. Phase 1 out of that 4.6 is 3.1, but the whole amount it came through FEMA, through the Department of Public Safety. And right now, the approval is only for Phase 1, which is the $3.1 million.
3.106, right.
Just a point of information, because the way the agenda item is written, it's sort of confusing, but I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, sir. Those in, well, did I hear a motion and a second?
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under item number 2 is authorization to pay the overtime
Steve,
reimbursement.
can we approve 2, 3, 4, and 5 together?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Look at 11B, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go ahead, sir.
I don't see any reason you can't.
Okay, go ahead. We're going to cover.
Okay. Under number 2, authorization to pay overtime reimbursable under the grant terms and conditions.
Motion approved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under number 3, authorization for the county judge as authorized official to sign and initial the award and required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under number 4 is the approval certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor of the FY 2014 Operation Stone Garden Grant.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under number 5, the approval to appropriate the budget for the Sheriff's Office portion of the FY 2014 Operation Stone Garden Grant Phase 1 under the amount of $1,128,640.14.
Move for approval.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under item-
Item number 3 is $3.1 million, right? The certification, and you're only going to appropriate a portion of it.
That's going to be the Sheriff's Office portion. The constables will still come back and do their portion.
Right.
And then once the memorandums of understanding are done between your office and the attorney's office, those will be distributed out to the participating agencies.
Yeah, I just want to, for the record, say that the certification is 3.1, but you're only going to appropriate only the sheriff's portion. The other portion will be appropriated.
That is correct, what I read, Mr. Francia.
Thank you.
That's it.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, under item C is ratification of the submittal of the initial application for the FY 2015 Operation Stone Garden Grant with the Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Under item number 12,
It's all done.
We did
oh, that's the one we covered.
Let's go to 13.
All right, item 13. You covered a lot.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Item 13A, requesting approval to submit grant renewal application for Texas Healthy Communities Program in the amount of $50,000 starting October 1st, 2015, ending September 30th, 2016.
Move for approval.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Under the next item, item B, is requesting approval to accept the CBP Ebola grant funding, contract number 2015-003624-00, in the amount of $44,322 for a period of May 15, 2015 through September 30th, 2016.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Number 2 is requesting approval for county judge to e-sign the CPS Ebola grant contract.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3, requesting approval for the county judge to e-sign certification regarding lobbying statement.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Number 4, requesting approval for county judge to e-sign fiscal federal funding accountability and transparency act certification statement.
For approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 5, requesting approval of the certification of revenue in the amount of $44,322.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion
Item-
carries.
Item 6, approval of the budget appropriations in the amount of $44,322.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item C is requesting approval of the certification of revenue in the amount of $12,000. Funds are from program income generated by the TBPC State Grant Program.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2, requesting approval of the budgeted appropriations in the amount of $12,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item D1, Healthcare Funding District, no items unless you have any questions. Item E1, Indigent Healthcare Program, there's no action on item E1, but we do have an E2. Item E2 is approval of County Indigent Healthcare Program confidentiality agreement for Victoria Cavazos and Ricardo Brajas for their role in their position. We've got to go through the county permission for that.
Approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you very much, Judge Commissioners. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Item 14, adult probation.
Yes.
Mr. Guerra, do you?
Yes, Mr. Patrick wasn't able to be with us this morning. It's his DWI grant program. That's Fund 1289. He's asking for the approval of the certification of revenues as certified by our county auditor, Mr. Ofracio, for the DWI grant program income in the amount of $2,934.50. The actual March 2015 GPI is $8,970. The funding condition allows for $30,200 to be allocated using the additional method, so the remaining GPI has to be allocated using the deduction method. So if I could have
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
and approval of appropriation of the DWI grant program income in the total amount of $2,934.50.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Item 15.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jaime Longoria with Community Service Agency. The item is a resolution declaring the month of May as Community Action Month. Judge, with me today, I'm going to be very brief. I do have employees of the Community Service Agency. As you know, as the Commissioners Court is very well aware, we went through a tremendous change the last 8 weeks. I'm proud to say that we have transitioned the model. As I promised you all, clients that are walking in today to the Community Service Agency receive their services the same day as opposed to the previous model. And I'm very proud of the work that these employees have done over the last few weeks. Because of that, I have selected 6 employees to be with us today. They're representative of the 40 employees that are at Community Service Agency. They are Denise Ramirez, Amador Celedon, Karina Ortega, Rosalinda Simmons, Esmeralda Gonzalez, and Leticia Garces. And they're here with me today, just representing the rest of the employees who are back at the office providing services to the people of Hidalgo County. So I'm asking you all, in honor of Community Action Month, that's a nationwide observance of the work that we do in providing services to the low-income people of the United States, that you accept this resolution. Ms. Garces, for brevity's sake, is going to read the first paragraph and the the first recital and the last paragraph of that resolution. Letty?
Good day, Judge and Commissioners. Whereas community action sprang from the heart of President Lyndon B. Johnson's 1964 proclamation of America's war on poverty, where the battles must be won in the field, in every private home, in every public office, from the courthouse to the White House. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Hidalgo County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims May 2015 as Community Action Month in recognition of the hard work and dedication of the Hidalgo County Community Service Agency, dated this 19th day of May 2015.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, I wanted just one of our employees to share one brief story with you all as far as the work that we're doing over at Community Service Agency. I promise it'll be brief. Okay. Amador?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Just basically here to tell you a little bit about what the agency does. We do help clients that are in need, being disconnected due to, coming from low-income families. I was able to personally attend to some of those with Mr. Longoria's new transition that we're going through. I usually don't see clients, but, through these weeks and changes that Mr. Longoria has done, I've been able to assist clients on a one-to-one basis, something I was not used to. And I've had several instances, but one in particular was a lady that I was able to help, and you could tell she was at her ends, and just being able to provide everything that, you use all your means and all your resources to help these people, and the fact that they're so appreciative and are able to say things like, God bless you to you, and without them even knowing you, has brought a lot of joy into what I do at this point. I'm just very, very proud to be a part of that, in our agency. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, if our employees can take a picture with the Commissioners Court. I'll leave you first.
I might get in the middle, Jaime.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, one last thing. I wanted to invite the community as well as you all. We will be hosting an open house on Friday. That's this Friday, between 9 and 10. The general public is welcome. We'll have pan dulce, we'll have coffee and refreshments, and as well, we'd like to have you all come out for that particular event. So thank you all very much for the proclamation. Also, Judge, under item 15A2, discussion and action to adjust salary for slot number 35 from $10.50 per hour to $11.81 per hour, pending ratification of the CSA Advisory Board. I've had conversation with several of you regarding this. We took a temporary position. The young lady who filled the slot, we hired her at a permanent position at the same rate, and in effect, what it did is it gave her she's taking home less money now. So what we're doing is we're adjusting her salary to be able to go up to the next step to be able to have an increase in salary. It is within the budget parameters of our grant. It doesn't affect the county's bottom line at all. It's strictly through our grant.
Move for approval.
Second.
Judge,
Yes.
there was no supporting documentation attached to the agenda item in support of the increase. Normally, when a department wants to increase a salary, they have to submit.
But it's not a pay raise.
Okay.
It's not a pay raise.
It's an adjustment in the salary, but.
Well, they're adjusting it because when she was working as a temporary employee.
Yes, sir.
She was making 11 something an hour, then she was made a permanent employee and was cut to 10.50.
No, it's vice versa, Judge. She was earning $10.50. It is, in effect, it is an increase in salary The issue that we have.
That's not what you told me.
And we've talked to yes, we started at 1050, and she's going to 1181, because now that she's hired as a permanent, she's effectively taking home less money, and we've asked for an adjustment. What the issue that Mr. Ofracio is talking about is we traditionally, CSA has not come before the budget office, has not come before HR for any of these personnel actions. We're in the process of transitioning those processes over to the county. However, at this instance, HR and budget have not been part of our function as we see it.
And that's what I was bringing up, Judge, that normally when things that did happen, there's documentation explaining what Jaime just did, but it's documented in writing, and in this case, that was not attached, so.
Can you follow up and put something in writing as to what we're doing and what you're asking?
Absolutely, I'll provide that to Mr. Ofracio, so you can pass it pending authorization.
All right, then let's act on it. Need a
Motion for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you so much,
sir.
Judge, Commissioners.
Item 16, our IT department.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Quick item. It is authorization and approval for 2 new wireless devices as attached on the grid before. These are for Precinct 2.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 17, Urban County.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Our first item on the agenda is a request for consideration and action to award and enter into a construction contract with Science Brothers Construction, LLC, the lowest bidder meeting all specifications and/or requirements, for the Texas General Land Office Round 2.1 GLO contract in the amount of $1,180,093. This project consists of flood and drainage improvements within Precinct 1 for the Delta Area Connector, and it will be making improvements to Bernal Heights number 1, Bernal Heights number 2, and Barn number 3.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item B is requesting acceptance and approval of a supplemental agreement number 1 to work authorization number 2 through agreement C-143090909 with an estimated cost of $12,237 as submitted by Millennium Engineers Group, MEG, for construction materials testing services at the Old La Blanca Road project in Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 17B2 is requesting authorization for the county judge to sign the required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item C is requesting approval to authorize Urban County Program Director to sign Exhibit B, Payment Direction Agreement for RDH Site and Concrete LLC. This will authorize the contractor to employ the services of a disbursement agent known as McGuire Insurance Company for the Precinct 1 Street Improvement Project at Old La Blanca Road.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item D is requesting approval of a budget and program amendment for the City of Alton. The proposed amendment is for fiscal years 25, 26, and 27, which are 2012, 13, and 14, to the work plans which will decrease the 2012 fire station line item, the 2013 repayment of a Section 108 loan, and create a street improvement project for all 3 fiscal years for the improvements to Colorado Street and Delaware Street.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E is requesting approval of an order granting an exemption from competitive bidding requirements under Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 262, Section .024, A7, an item that can only be obtained from one source.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item E2 is approval of a sole source declaration with the authority to enter into contribution and aid of construction agreement with AEP Texas Central Company in the amount of $39,916.42 for the installation of primary poles and street lights within the city of Sullivan City.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item F is requesting consideration and action to enter into a funds disbursement agreement for the construction contract with Armin Antonio Solis Construction in the amount of $313,466.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
I would like to clarify that, actually say for the record that this will be a project in the city of La Jolla. Item G is on behalf of Precinct 4. The Urban County Program is requesting authority to rescind action taken on April 14th, 2015 for the issuance of a purchase order to JM Accessibility for ADA plan review for the Brewster Park Improvement Project in the amount of $1,175.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
G2 is requesting authority to issue a purchase order to accessibility checks and controls for ADA plan review for the Brewster Park Improvement Project in the amount of $1,475.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
Our final item, Judge, is requesting authority to issue a prepayment of $175 fee to Accessibility Checks and Controls, known as ACC, for the primary plan review of the ADA plan for the Brewster Park.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 18, our Head Start. 18, our Head Start program.
Judge, I don't see him in the audience, but I can take the item, being the liaison of the department. Basically, it's a discussion and action on appointment of the Precinct 2 Community Representative replacing Mr. Pete Garcia to serve on the Hidalgo County Head Start Program Policy Council for 1-year term according to 45 CFR Chapter 8, 1304.50B1-B7.
Commissioner, Judge, Commissioners, if I could.
There you go.
We've been in discussion with Mr. Steve Crane, as well as legal counsel for Head Start on this issue, and at this time, we'd like to recommend no action.
All right, sir. Item 19, our Planning Department.
Planning. Arredondo.
Get Baldi.
Ahí viene Mónica.
They were supposed to present this item.
Go ahead, Mónica.
Okay. Planning Department, 19A.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay, one of the goats. Mingo de
Thank-
Echo is gonna be closed by the time you get there.
Page 9, Baldi, page 9, item
19.
19.
19A.
Yes. Judge, my page 9 doesn't, there it is. Okay, I got it. I'm sorry, I was still trying to get used to the back and front. Yes, for the planning department, TJ wasn't with us today because he is testing on certifications, for his certifications renewals. So we're asking discussion and action to authorize our county judge to sign a letter of support for North Alamo Water Supply's use of part of USDA RUS 306C grant funds from Santa Rosa Colonia's project in order to assist with the first-time water service in the rural community north of La Villa, Texas.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 19.2, everything is in order, so we're asking reimbursement of a financial guarantee for Sunflower Garden subdivision out in Precinct 4.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Item 20.
Good afternoon again. Item A, 20A, request and approval to accept a donation from the Master Gardeners Association in the amount of $500 to assist with the extension of electrical services to the garden at Precinct 2 North San Juan Park.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item B, approval of closing documents and authority for the county judge to execute documents for parcel 15A
This is for the Precinct 2 FM 2061 Jackson Road project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item C, approval of certification of revenue as certified by the county auditor for revenues received from the city of San Juan for the Precinct 2 Eldora and Sergeant Trevino Road project, Cesar Chavez Road project, and the Moore Road project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Approval of certification of revenue as certified by the county auditor for revenue received from the RMA, Regional Mobility Authority, for right-of-way acquisition services provided to the RMA through an interlocal agreement approved by Commissioners Court on March 5th, 2014.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 3, approval of 2015 appropriation of funds into Precinct 2 Administration Road Maintenance in the amount of $147,336.10.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 21, Precinct 3.
Bingo.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning,
Walking
sir.
the line. Judge, walking the line.
Till when, Bingo, till when?
Item 21A. And Mando, you did very good, Mando. You didn't forget anything today. Thank you. 21A, approval of interlocal agreement between the City of Mission and Hidalgo County for road improvement project Moorfield Road, and that's between 2 Mile Line and 3 Mile Line, Judge.
Move for approval.
Second.
Judge, a
Yes.
couple of questions on that item. What concerns, the agreement doesn't specify the portions that is county and city? So
It's
we're
half
gonna-
and half, right in the middle of the highway.
So we're gonna need that in order to account for this
Subject.
project.
Can we approve it?
And, yeah, and the other issue is the agreement doesn't specify who's gonna be responsible for any future maintenance on
The
this
City of
project.
Mission will be responsible for the road.
So we need those
right.
two specific items.
Put that in the letter made in
Yes, sir.
front of us. All right, those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 2, approval of interlocal agreement project in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 79, 1.014, to overlay Moorfield between 2 and 3 Mile Line.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 22, Precinct 4.
Good morning, Judge. Commissioner Steve Cruz, Commissioner Palacios' office. Item 22B, requesting a no action on that item at this time.
All right.
Item 22C, approval of corrected right-of-way deed, Trenton Drain Project, parcel 15, to reflect the correct length, description, acreage as 0.21, an acre tract of land out of Lot 2, Block 54, Alamo Land and Sugar Company subdivision, Hidalgo County, Texas.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 23, Budget Office.
Morning, Judge Commissioner Sergio Cruz, Department of Budget Management. Item 23A is a scofflaw vehicle registration program update, and we'll have Mr. Ray Salazar make that presentation.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We have a couple of items that we'd like to, for your consideration. Item number 1, we'd like to give you a status update on the scofflaw program. In 2012, this governing body authorized the county to develop the scofflaw program. And basically, the scofflaw program is under Texas Transportation Code 502, basically known as the county scofflaw. What this does, it allows the county to deny vehicle registrations in the event an individual has an outstanding fee or fine owed to the county. When we initiated the program, we made sure that we had public awareness. We made sure that, Mr. Paul Villarreal in his office arranged a tour for the media, letting the people and our citizens know how this program was going to work and how it was going to affect them. Currently, the way the program is working is, as an individual is coming in to renew their vehicle registration, they are screened and validated using our Easy Justice portal. Basically, the tax registration, vehicle registration clerks proceed to asking for their date of birth, their last name, or their driver's license, and they are pre-screened into our database. And the database comes back and confirms whether the individuals have an outstanding fee or fine or not. Outstanding being delinquent over 90 days. Once they are determined to be delinquent, the tax office proceeds in giving them a clearance letter or a denial letter that basically gives them instructions on how they can proceed to remedy their situation. Currently, there's 4 ways that individuals can take care of their outstanding fees and fines. They can proceed to go to the JP court. They can pay at our website, www.pay.hidalgocounty.us. They can pay at the kiosk that's presently stationed at the tax office, or they can pay upon registration as the individuals are coming to renew their vehicle registration. Now the tax office has the ability, and they continue to enhance their abilities to collect. As far as when we look at our revenues, our total revenues, people that once they're denied, we've seen $1.8 million of cases where people proceed to the website and take care of their fees and fines. 2.9 million cases and individuals have revenues have come in through walk-ins for a total scofflaw collections to date of $4.7 million attributed directly to the scofflaw program. And as a result, we've seen about 30,000 cases that have closed. So when we look at year 14 and year 15 comparative data, we're seeing a trend upward. We're seeing that
those monies that you're talking about were collected over what period of time?
This is monies that were collected from 2011 through 2015.
All right.
So when we look at last year to this year,
What's going to happen now that we've hired this law firm to collect delinquent fines and fees?
I believe, the county clerk's office is working with the executive office to determine the protocols on how that's going to be in place, but that effort will enhance county collections overall, Judge. It is a step in the right direction that...
One fee is the fee that the law firm collects, and this is a scofflaw fee that also is going to be assigned to the case, right?
That's correct, Mr. Refracio. The scofflaw fee, as mentioned, was previously approved in 2012. It's not a new fee. And any future collection efforts, where they be by a third party, will be through the assessment of a collections fee that will be processed through the individuals owing the amount, not additional fees. So again, yes.
When a failure to appear, does it have to be an entry into the record that the court has made a determination? That the court has made a determination that the individual failed to appear? Sometimes someone gets a citation and they don't appear, but the court doesn't make an entry into the record that they have assessed a failure to appear charge.
Correct.
Does it matter? You know?
Well, Judge, what we're using, the initial date to determine whether the cases are delinquent over 90 days is the plea date. So in some cases, when that notification or that note is not done on the system, then we have our protocol enables us to go back and look at the plea date. And we're using that as the confirmation of when the case becomes delinquent. So yes, in essence, they should be assessed upon failure to appear, but should the clerk not enter that information, then we have a protocol that we go back and look at the plea date. And that was as a recommendation from the district attorney's office. So the trend is upward. The collections we're continuing to see increased collections attributed to the scofflaw program. Future enhancements, the tax office is currently working with the cities of FAR, La Jolla, Hidalgo, Westlaco, Edinburg, Progreso, and La Villa to, again, allow us to deny vehicle registrations for individuals that have outstanding fees and fines in those respective cities. Through that effort, in working with the district attorney's office, we're revising language and we're confirming the reimbursement process, whereby, again, if an individual is denied registration upon their renewal and upon them paying those respective municipal court judges, the county will receive a fee for that service. additional program enhancements is we're not in the IT department, are currently working to streamline our judicial collection software, otherwise known as the Odyssey program, and that's going to allow us to generate targeted reports. It's going to allow us to establish the protocols, like you said, Mr. Efracio, to enable, once a case becomes a failure to appear, to have that noted on the case. So, we work with the departments listed above. Our biggest lesson was collaboration is key. So, we appreciate everybody's efforts and advice and information supporting this effort. And as you can see, the results speak for themselves. That was item A for your review. Do you have any questions?
23A.
Item 2 is, item 2 is basically confirming, and we're wanting to, this is basically again, back in 2012, Commissioners Court authorized the assessment of the $20 scofflaw fee. And again, it was also approved in 2013 for the county clerks and district clerks as well, their outstanding cases. So I'll read the item. Discussion, consideration, and approval to assess and collect the $20 scofflaw fee on all justice of the peace cases when there is a final judgment that is unsatisfied and has become 90 days past due on all pending cases, including those involving failure to appear that have become 90 days past due. This item, we bring it to you for clarification purposes only. It has, what we're going to be able to do now is look at all outstanding cases that have outstanding fees and fines and confirm a previous district attorney's opinion. We're not bringing this to the court just for clarification and certification purposes.
But when is the assessment going to be done, Mr. Salazar?
I'm sorry?
When is the fee going to be assessed? Once the Texas Assessor Collector denies the registration, or?
No, the fee will be assessed as it becomes outstanding, right? On the 90th day that the case becomes outstanding, 90 days from the plea date, currently the instructions on the JP side are to assess the $20 fee. We know that that requires a manual intervention, so we're working with IT in this program enhancement, the Odyssey, to allow the protocol and the policy to the business rule basically to read that on the 90th day to assess the $20 fee.
You're saying each court is going to have to review all the outstanding
Correct.
cases and assess the fee at that point once it's 90 days past by?
That's the way it's currently working, and we're going to continue that with an enhancement with the IT department.
And also the courts don't have the authority to waive the fee, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. What item are you on now, then?
Item number 2, Judge. We just need
Okay.
your authorization to assess the $20 fee on all JP cases.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And item 3 is also just assessing authorization to assess the $20 fee on district court and county court cases as well.
Move for approval.
Second.
Now, what about as far as the assessment there? The district court and the district clerk and the county clerk are going to be assessing that fee?
That's correct, sir.
Need a second?
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 23B is discussion, consideration, and approval to submit the Texas Vine reimbursement maintenance invoice in the amount of $6,928.83, and the Texas statewide automatic victim notification service, county verification of continuing production records, with authority for the county judge to sign the required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23C is discussion and action on the economically disadvantaged county program application and affidavit for the Mile 3 North from East Goodwin to Tom Gill Road, CSJ 092102-321, with authority for the county judge to sign all required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23D is discussion, consideration, acceptance, and approval of the advanced funding agreement, amendment number 1 between Hidalgo County and the Texas Department of Transportation for the South McCall Road project from Orangewood to Dicker Road, CSJ 0921-02171, with authority for the county judge to sign all required documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Judge, if I may?
Yeah.
Just to mention on this AFA, we were able to, the TxDOT was asking for $300,000 from the precinct, and we were able to review the prior AFAs that had been signed, and we were able to save $300,000, and in return, we're getting $20,000 back from TxDOT just by reviewing the AFA.
Very good, sir.
Good.
Requesting approval of the AFA, or has that already been done?
Yeah, there's a motion and a second.
All right, those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23E, 1 is approval of 2015 appropriation of funds with interfund transfer to TxDOT Fund 1315 in the amount of $8,690, and this is for right-of-way procurement related to FM 1925.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23E2, A and B is approval of certification of revenues as certified by the county auditor to fund capital lease expenditures for various departments, and appropriation of revenues and expenditures to fund capital leases in the amount of $546,192.13.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23E2C is approval of 2014 intra-departmental transfers to fund capital lease expenditures for various departments in the amount of $74,457.53.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23E3 is approval of 2015 appropriation of funds from the Justice Court Building Security Fund in the amount of $12,700, and this is for surveillance cameras for the JP offices.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, Sergio, did you skip E2B, or did?
No, I did A and B together.
Oh, you did A and B
Certification of
together.
revenues
Okay.
and the.
I'm sorry, okay, so you did them together. Okay.
Item 23E4 is approval of 2015 appropriation of funds in the amount of $155,000 for expenditures related to economic development and assistance for economic development.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 23E5 is approval of 2015 appropriation of funds for the Constable Precinct 4, CCP 59, Fund 1231, in the amount of $10,000. And this is related to asset forfeiture cases.
Move for approval.
Second. Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Item 24, purchasing.
Yes. Martha Salazar, Purchasing Department. Let's go to 24A1, requesting exemption from competitive bidding procurement requirements under the Local Government Code 262-024A7A, proprietary software in connection with online research services for Hidalgo County.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Requesting approval of agreements, if applicable, for online research services with LexisNexis, including but not limited to the following Hidalgo County departments: 1, District Attorney; 2, County Clerk.
Move for approval.
Need a second?
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Acceptance and approval for County Judge to execute a tenant estoppel certificate for lease of office space for Hidalgo County Urban County Program with R Medical Facilities.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Now, for item 3, I have staff here that will, it's the presentations. I don't know, do you want to go through the entire agenda and do the presentations at the end, or how do you want to do this? These are the short presentations by the 2 vendors submitting responses to the RFP for the tax office automated tax collection system software.
All right.
Do you want to proceed now?
We ought to get into it now.
Okay. Then I think that if you will permit, I'm going to have my staff read to you the order in which the RFP responses were received, and thus that'll give us the order which of the vendors will be called. And of course, the other vendor will be asked to leave the room so that the presentation can be made. I also ask that the court listen to the presentations, but as far as the court is concerned, you recall that after these are graded and then ranked by the court officially, then negotiations would start. So I want to caution the court not to delve into that portion of the presentation, please. Thank you. This is Ms. Darlene Betancourt from my office. She will call out the name of the vendors as they were received.
The first, we will read these firms off the way they were received in our office and opened to be acknowledged. The first firm to provide their presentation will be Tyler Technologies. Presentations will be for a total of 15 minutes. And thereafter, any questions and answers can take place.
Let me get it to you.
We ask that the firm number 2, which is Appraisal and Collection Technology, step out while the presentation by Tyler Technologies is being done. After that's complete, their portion of it, then we'll ask Appraisal and Collections Technologies to come back in, and Tyler Technologies representatives will step out. Thank you.
Where are these people?
It's ACT.
Este es ACT?
It's ACT? Yes.
No, Tyler.
This is Tyler Technologies.
Okay.
And those were the questions.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Mark Hawkins. I am the Director of Implementations for Tyler Technologies. I've worked for Tyler for a little over 14 years. I run our implementation side of the business, and I'll talk about that a little bit more as I get further in the presentation. I also have Brandon Kay with me here. BIS Consulting is part of our bid for this project, and I'll talk about his role a little bit. He's the co-CEO and the founder of BIS Consulting, has been with them for 9 years. They serve about 125 or over 125 counties in Texas, including Cameron, Willacy, Duval, Kleberg, Live Oak, and LaSalle. I wanted to briefly talk a little bit about Tyler as a company so you know who we are. It's important in any type of purchase like this. You know, it's not just buying software, but it's also establishing a relationship with the company long term. Tyler has about 11,000 customer relationships covering all 50 states, including Hidalgo County. I noticed a few minutes ago there was talk about the Odyssey program. Odyssey is a Tyler product. It's actually built on the same infrastructure as the product that we're going to be that we're proposing here for the Hidalgo Tax Office. Tyler ranges everything in the public sector. We're the largest public company that serves only the public sector. We are publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and we have over 2,500 employees in nearly 30 offices. It's important to note, though, however, that although we have a number of products and we do cover a number of areas, the product that we're proposing here is supported, developed, and implemented out of our Plano office here in Texas. Plano is just north of Dallas. Part of the request here as part of the bid for the tax office was for a hosted solution where the vendor would host the data for the county. Tyler's uniquely positioned to do that. We have right now over 3,200 organizations that are doing just that, where we host the data for them. And over 61,000 users are accessing that data from our data centers. We have 2 data centers that we own. One is in Dallas, the other is in Maine. They're geographically dispersed in that manner on purpose for the event of an emergency. And as I'll talk about in a minute, disaster recovery is part of that option when you go with a hosted solution. But our data centers are configured for high availability rollover in case of equipment failure. We do all the upgrades and the enhancements to the product as part of that hosted solution, and the backups and the restores of the data are part of that. As far as data ownership, even though we are hosting the data, the client, Hidalgo County, clearly owns that data, and we established that very clearly in the documentation and the contract that's put in place. Our facilities are secure and compliant. We go through security compliance and hold to the industry standards and above for the security of the data. As I mentioned before, disaster recovery is part of our standard solution that we offer. It's not an add-on service. So when you have the hosted solution like this, we automatically back it up. So for Hidalgo County, your primary
center would be the Dallas center, but the backup would be Maine. So in the event that something happened in Dallas and that data was compromised, the data would have been replicated to Maine and then can be brought up in those servers for access within a short time frame. The product that we're going to propose here for Hidalgo County is Orion Tax, and it's a thin client solution. It's built on the latest .NET technologies. It's a product like all the other products within Tyler that we're continuing to invest in. That's important for the tax office to know that the product won't go stale necessarily and won't degrade over time. So just a little bit about the technology. The front end is written in JavaScript for the most part. Our middle tier components for the most part are C#. We use .NET libraries. Our back end is a Microsoft SQL Server database. A couple of key features of our product that I wanted to highlight today. Obviously, this isn't a full list. It's just a few items that I wanted to mention. The navigation is easy. It's intuitive. There's a pane on the left that will list all the activities that the tax office personnel would use on a day-to-day basis. And once they click there, they go into the screens to perform those activities. We have a lot of quick entry options within the product. This is really important for front desk personnel, especially when you're taking payments. There's lines, you want to get through those quickly. So we've designed the payment, the ability to enter payments in such a way that it doesn't take a lot of hunting and pecking with a mouse to be able to complete those actions. We have tooltips within the application that help users if there's a field that they don't understand. They can hover over that field and get instructions on what data is supposed to go there or what they're supposed to be looking at. Our product's fully versioned. We support multiple years of history, and even within that history, multiple versions. So every record is audited and saved, and we know what user made that change, when they made that change, and that can be readily accessed in case there's questions about the audit trail for a particular account. We support tax certificate creation. We have automatic event tracking, again, to allow a user to get into the system and know what things have occurred on a specific account. We support electronic payment imports, so when you get the files from mortgage companies, those can be imported into the system quickly and easily. We support barcode integration, so when the tax bill is sent out, a barcode can be put on it, which allows whenever they come in to pay the bill, you can scan the barcode, it automatically pops up the payment. Again, that's to support that quick entry to be able to process the payment and move through lines quickly. We have detailed and summary reports, and another feature that we have that I think is unique to the Orion product is the automated scheduling of reports. One thing that our customers, especially here in Texas, really appreciate is the ability to reports that they send out to entities or to others, they can automatically schedule them, and when they run through our job processing, they can automatically email a copy of that report out to the entities or out to other whoever they would like to receive a copy of that report. So it cuts down on a lot of manual work that may be done in the office currently. Finally, we allow for document management, so anything that's scanned or received with the tax office that needs to be a part of that account can be added easily to the account. Lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about our customer service. Customer service is very important to Tyler. We have a high retention rate, and in order to do that, we know there's a few things that we need to do to make that possible. Part of that is our evergreen philosophy. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. We continue to invest in these products. So the Orion product that we've proposed here as part of this bid will continue to receive R&D investment along with the enhancements and the fixes that we'll be doing to the product. So, over time, as new versions of operating systems come out, as new versions of the database come out, we'll adjust the product to comply with those. And in addition, we'll be adding functionality that will be available to our customers. The other two things that I wanted to mention as far as customer service go is we just launched a program called EverGuide. And that's a way for us to, with our existing clients, work on what's called the consumption gap. So when they implement the product, there may be features that are added over the next year or two that they haven't implemented yet in their particular office. And so we're going to take a proactive approach to working with clients to help them understand those new features. And we've got several initiatives along with that. Finally, we have a community called Tyler Community. All our customers, our support customers can log into that, post questions, receive answers from our support folks, but also from other customers, and allows them to interact with the Tyler community. We also do user group meetings here in Texas, and we have national user group meetings as well. The last couple things I want to mention is that as we implement projects, and this may be part of something that the county saw in implementing the Odyssey project, is that for us, we don't see the implementation as everything possible has to happen before go live, because the product is going to continuously grow. So go live can be a point in time where we get essential functionality up for the tax office, and then they can continually improve on the product after that. One of the challenges here with this particular implementation is there's a pretty quick go live date. And so this approach that we've taken to other projects that we feel like we can take to this project will help us to achieve that go live date, get the county up on and be able to get the tax bills out on time this year, but also get on a platform or a product that they can continuously invest in from then on out. The last thing that I wanted to mention is Brandon here with BIS Consulting. His part of this bid is his team is going to purchase and implement all of the client PCs, those PCs that would be here on site in Hidalgo. They would set those up and maintain them as per the request in the RFP for Hidalgo. So that's all I had. If you guys have questions.
Judge, you can't be heard.
We cannot ask?
I could, so the cost there's the Orion piece of the product and then the BIS services for the client PCs. So we'll talk to both. So for our proposal was an implementation cost of $117,900. That's a one-time cost. And then the hosting service where we host the data, that includes all of what I mentioned before, the disaster recovery, the support and the maintenance of the application. And also in this model, we don't charge a license fee. That's part of the SaaS fee. So the yearly ongoing fee for the Orion product is $116,000. And then
let me first of all understand what I can and cannot do. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask questions?
You can ask questions, but not about the cost.
So to me, that's the most important thing.
Well, you're supposed to be asking questions about the qualifications.
But
he just told us cost, right?
Well, he explained I don't think, unless I misheard it, I don't think he explained what the actual cost was. He said what the components of the cost were.
I think you just cover the pricing structure, basically.
Right.
No. Judge, can I ask a question in regards to the vendor's policy so far as changes made by their staff? Do you have a policy regarding changes made by Tyler Technology staff to the data that you host?
Policies regarding the change of data? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm asking about the
yes. Part of that security for with the hosted data is we have secure, we control who can get in and can get out, and that includes the Tyler staff. Yes.
But, so my question is, do you allow Tyler Technology staff to make changes to the data?
No. We do allow for, they do get access to servers on request to do upgrades and enhancements, to upgrade the software or to do database patches, but never to touch the data.
You have procedures in place and a policy in regards to that, right? How that's going to be done and document all of that?
Absolutely. And like I said, we host in these two facilities thousands of organizations and thousands of users. So that's important to, all of those users. So we have those policies firmly in place.
Well, without telling me a figure, did you add the hardware cost to your figure?
No, what I gave you was just the Orion components, and so that's for the Orion application. I did not get to, which I didn't realize we weren't supposed to go that way, to what the client PCs and the services for that would be.
What value do you put on the hardware?
The client PCs? Okay.
Value it, right? I think what he's asking, is this turnkey or is it included?
Yes, us together is turnkey, so they're offering the server as a hosted solution, and then what BIS is going to do is come in and put in the actual PCs in which the users would be using to access their servers. And the reason is that they wanted all new, they wanted, 15 general computers, 25 power users, and then 50 administrative computers. There was strict guidelines onto what they want. Adobe, Office, and then external hard drives for the administrative PCs to back up to here on site. And so that's what we quoted. So am I allowed to disclose those numbers? I'm kind of confused as to what I can or can't say.
In looking at...
You're allowed to respond whether there is numbers associated or are they included?
Yes, there is numbers associated with the hardware cost.
In addition to what you've
In addition, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This was all included in our bid, too.
Yes. Yeah. It's all laid out.
What about on the technical requirements? Your proposal indicates that some modifications are needed. On the tax collection requirements, you indicate that some modifications are needed. And in the financial reporting, you indicate some modifications are needed. I think the question that I was requested to ask were... Yeah, here they are. Oh, yeah, to tell us what those modifications are that you feel would be needed.
There was a requirements list that was part of the RFP, and as we looked through that requirements list, there were a couple of minor modifications. Now, the product is up and running in many Texas counties, so there's not modifications that would be needed to, I guess, make the product work necessarily. There was a couple of things specific to Hidalgo's requests that would be maybe minor changes to reports, things like that. Nothing major, though.
Does anybody have any other questions?
As far as the hardware, they're going to have to buy new computers in order to access the data?
That was in the requirements as well, to provide all new computers.
That was a request. Part of the RFP asked for a quote for new computers.
Generally speaking, you don't, but again, it was part of the requirements that we were told to bid on.
Because currently they access data that is hosted somewhere else, and I would think it's the same thing as a thin client kind of platform, so I would think there's no need for them to buy a new computer to access new data.
And I would agree with you, that, but it was just part of the requirements that we were told to bid on.
All right, well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Marty, before you call him in, let me ask you some.
Does this belong to one of you? Yes, sir.
I guess I cannot ask them about the cost, but I'd like to know what it is. Can I ask you?
You can ask my staff who reviewed it. I didn't, I didn't participate because of that.
Because Erica reviewed it on my behalf, and
Yoli, if you could come forward and,
You don't want the other people in
and
here.
explain.
Hold off for a while.
Tell them, hold on. You don't want the other people in here.
Just a minute. Because I've got the ones coming in now, I've got them about 1 million. And the ones that just left, initially I thought they were cheaper, but now I understand that they're actually higher.
With the
than you
additional
estimated.
costs, with the additional costs that were not completely laid out on their response.
For the 5 years.
They are in their response, but not on their fee page, so we had to go searching on the RFP response, and there is additional fees that are included, which are included on a handout that we have that we like to distribute to everyone.
So the bottom line,
The bottom line is that there is additional cost by the firm that just made the presentation.
okay,
Which one is cheaper?
act.
Act. Well, but- well,
Or the grades.
right.
But still, that's what really counts.
El otro que ya tenemos ahorita.
And the totals are presented in the grid that we're just providing you. The overall totals are presented there for your review.
We were confused right here.
Yeah.
My grader graded them higher on actual that, and actually they were more higher. You see that? Because then we were confused on it, on the cost.
Yeah.
Actually, it's more.
Yeah, that's right. We put a higher number on this.
The only contribution that I did have, and this was after we were getting ready to come to court, let me tell you, I instructed
Hard work, I was
I instructed the staff to go in there and make sure that they understood every aspect of the responses so that they'd have the ability to answer your questions. In doing that, I asked that they prepare the grid because usually an RFP is a response to a set of requirements. And not always does the vendor put in there every aspect of their cost to the response.
All right, can
So
we
that's
call
why-
him in now?
Certainly.
How long do you think your presentation will be?
Faster, cheaper, and good.
Still say good morning. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Jim Brode, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Appraisal and Collection Technologies. What I'd like to do today is just give you a little perspective from our vendor point of view about the RFP process and the resulting, what happens upon the award, the work to be done, and how that could be organized. There's an old saying about data processing projects, and the same thing holds true for building. There's three major components: fast, cheap, and good. You can pick any two, but you have to put a not in front of the other one. So if you want it fast and cheap, it's not going to be very good. You want it fast and good, it's not going to be very cheap. And I think that's really appropriate for this particular project that we're looking at here. I think it's a pretty high-risk project, mainly because of the timelines that are involved. Over on page 2, as we were analyzing the RFP and preparing our response, we went through and picked out certain very key items that we thought all of the elements of the RFP are very important. We picked out these 12 as being pretty indicative of some of the major risk factors in this project. And we really were quite happy with number 1. As the RFP states, the existing tax collection system currently meets all the requirements of the Hidalgo County Tax Office. We are your current vendor. We've been installed for more than 5 years. And an interesting thing about our solution and our price, and I know we're not supposed to talk about prices in negotiation, but our price is the one price. In the period of time that we've been serving the Hidalgo County Tax Office, over those last 5 years that we've been tracking, there have been more than 1,000 requests flow through our office. Some of them enhancements, some of them just help with loading a mortgage company or something like that, you have never received one bill for that service. So our price is our price. Whatever we negotiate, that's what we do. If I look down through some of these other things, the scope of the project, if we were not the current vendor, we would have to make preparation to do all of these things that are laid out here, and I'm going to speak more about that later. I think it's interesting that the vendor must guarantee conversion of current data with a 20-year history, fully balanced. As the auditor can tell you, fully balanced is a pretty intense thing to do when you're taking data from a system that you're not intensely familiar with, and you're moving it over and putting it into your data structures and making all of your reports and everything add up. That's something that's not easy to do, especially in a short timeline. Hidalgo County is not a small county. There's 46 taxing jurisdictions that are all dependent upon the decisions that are made in this court and the tax office for ensuring the flow of their revenue. There's 12 million tax records out there, and these are statistics from the tax office. So this is no small enterprise, and this is not something that you would do without true consideration of all the risk. Number 5 is also important. The vendor will provide and implement all future upgrades available to any of the vendor's other tax collection agencies. That is the policy of our organization. If we develop something up in Nueces County, and it's an enhancement for them, it's provided to Hidalgo County without any charge. We don't charge you to come down and install it. We don't charge you to train on it. We don't charge you anything. We put it in, you have access to it. System must comply with the Texas State Property Tax Code. You all know, and I've heard you get a report, the legislature's meeting today, and they could be changing the way we value exemptions. So on top of everything else that has to go on in the tax collection calendar, now we've got the legislature perhaps changing the rules. So any other vendor not only would have to do all of the work to install, but they also may be having to customize their program at the same time. The appraisal districts, we can all do that. We've had to do some specialized work for wrap-up periods for delinquent attorneys, importing attorney coding files. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Training and testing, that's not anything that you can do fast. Your Hidalgo County Tax Office, if you look at starting this project in late June or early July, they're starting to do effective tax rate calculation. They're getting ready for billing, all of the things for the new role. They really don't have a lot of time to go in and actually change out the tax collection system. I'm over on page 3, just to give you an idea of what a project like this should take. We did our Dallas County client in 2013, and it took us a year to go through and do all of the normal best practices, business processes that you would expect to do as a part of one of these things. I'm talking about planning, just like building a building, you better have a blueprint. You better know how you're going to do it. Discovery, you better review every business process in that tax office and make sure your system can support that process and support it in perhaps a unique way that that tax collector wants to do it. Gap analysis, just that. Here's my report, here's their report. Does it have all the elements of information? You're giving information not only internally to the tax office, not only to the tax-paying public, to the other taxing jurisdictions, and they have to take that and load that into their accounting systems. And if you just go on down through customization, installation, all of that to say is this is not a crash project. This is not something that can be done overnight. So if you take a look at how ACT evaluated the RFP and how we decided that we would be able to be responsive, is this first set of things are things that we don't have to do because we're already in place. We don't have to do a gap analysis. We don't have to do customization. We don't have to do data conversion. We don't have to do training. And while there is some work in implementation, because the RFP calls for a new set of computers to be installed, it's something that we've done before and we feel like we can do in the time frame that has been allocated for the project. So item acquisition, delivery, and installation, yes, we can do that. Data conversion, our data is already converted. Our reports are 100% balanced. The tax office has accepted them. There's a monthly cycle that we go through. It's in place. The other taxing jurisdictions and the size, we've already trained those jurisdictions how to read and utilize our reports. None of those steps have to be taken. Future upgrades, ACT has a policy that it's available anywhere, it's available everywhere, so you get it and you don't get a bill to go along with it. Texas property tax code changes, We're not a small organization. We have many counties in Texas, Hidalgo County being one of the many larger ones. We do Harris County, Bexar County, El Paso, Nueces, Jefferson County. So we're going to have to do those changes anyway. So there's no additional load posed on us here by Hidalgo County being a client. Appraisal district changes, we've been working with Rolando and your appraisal district for the past 5 years. We've automated that process to make it as seamless as possible. We've worked to do the attorney wrap-up reports and created a lot of special programming there. We've done the interface file so that the attorneys can provide their information electronically to help the efficiency of the tax office. We've done the training. We don't have to come back and do the training. All of the reports are in place. People understand them. And we're continually testing. But there is no testing of a new system that needs to take place. So I just kind of wanted to give you this quick, and I know it was fast, probably like drinking out of a fire hose, but we think these are elements that should all be considered as you make your decision. And I just want to reiterate, we enjoy being your vendor, we enjoy the relationship with the tax office, and we think it's been mutually beneficial. Are there any questions? Frank.
What is your policy on allowing the ACT staff to modify data?
Our policy is very, very straightforward on that, sir. We do not modify any data without the express permission of the tax office. We require an email documentation. That's one of the internal controls. We have an SSAE 16 study that's done to assure our internal controls that our own best practices are being followed, and that's chief of one of those controls, is that we don't change data without a directive from the tax office to do so.
So you document a request to do that and has
Yes,
to be
sir. We would require either an email. If it comes to us in a voice method, we will put it in an email and send it back and to say, just to ensure that this is what you've asked us to do. So if they send us a list of accounts that say need to be written off or something, there's going to be documentation. There's a communication flow. It's actually attached to our internal work process flow so that I can go back 5 years ago and say, who told me to do that?
Mr. Frasso, if I may, can I follow up on just one little question on that point? Does the communication from the tax office come directly from the tax assessor collector, in this particular case, Mr. Villarreal, or?
We have a policy in our office where once a year, the tax assessor collector can tell us who he delegates certain authorities, those authorities to communicate with us and to make requests for service or to make requests for a change. And so there is a list that we have. If the request comes from someone other than those people on that list, then we query back and say, okay, we need further approval or further advice.
I just have one follow-up question to that follow-up question. With respect to that list that's given to you, do you all have a policy? Do you have some type of internal controls whereby you check it every 3 months, every 6 months to make sure that that list hasn't changed? As we all know, things happen, we get busy,
Well,
slip someone's mind.
what would happen is if we get a request from somebody that's not on the list, so say somebody did get a promotion and changed jobs and got new duties in the Hidalgo County Tax Office, when they made that request, because they were not on our list, we would go back to Eva or Paul and say, hey, what's the deal here? And then they would send us a new email and say, okay, change Sally out for Jane or whatever. So it's a never-ending process on our part to ensure that we're doing the will of the tax collector, and of course they have delegated that out to their various deputies. But we don't go solicit new lists, but it comes about as a normal operational practice of ensuring that we know who we're working for.
One last question. Is there a confirmation?
We can get through with it, brother.
I know. Is there a confirmation from your end back to the tax office?
Yes, there is. As a part of our PRC process, there would be an affirmation that this particular task is complete and it's represented on this report or whatever. So there is a complete cycle, and it is a complete trail, and it's tested by our external auditors.
What about a policy in regards to a request by the user department? Let's say the tax office wants you to generate some kind of report to facilitate some of the processes. Do you have a timeline that requirement as far as satisfying what they want you to do?
Well, the obvious answer is we want to keep their approval and we want to provide the service as best we can. To my knowledge, we've never failed to meet an internally developed deadline by Hidalgo County. So we have 50 people, 47 people actually working in our organization dedicated to managing property tax collection systems exclusively for Texas. So we have adequate resources to put on that, like when they converted to the RT Lawrence system and they brought in a new scanner and we had to do new lockbox programming. We're able to jump on that and meet their timelines so that we don't slow down progress here.
Because my understanding is they have made some requests for additional reporting or additional features, and they have not been satisfied. So that's why I was asking that.
I am I'm not going to say that that doesn't exist. We're a fairly large organization, but I'm pretty much on top of it, and I'm unaware of any outstanding requests or a product or a service that has not been timely met. But I'll go back and take a look, and I think Paul and Eva are over here, so perhaps if they have something they need, they'll communicate that.
Maybe it'd be a question that they could pose to you, because that's...
Sure. They get to ask me a question every day, but yeah.
Okay. Any member of the court have any other questions? Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Judge, I was wondering if you're going to be able to evaluate them.
We're going to do it today.
I'm sorry?
Right now. We're doing it now.
No, but my question is this. The other firm talked about a requirement that the tax office has in regards to new computers. This is a current vendor. Are they going to have to also buy new computers or install new computers?
Yes, sir. It is part of the requirements, and it is embedded in their response, unless I'm wrong. Could you answer his question?
Well, Marty, but it makes no sense that they're already current vendor, and we're already accessing the data. Makes no sense to buy new computers to do the same thing that we're doing now.
Mr. Fracio, that's going to be the tax collector's
expense. Okay.
It's going to be their option once we get into a final negotiating state with whoever it is. Whether they want to eliminate.
We have to buy a new computer to.
Yeah, that was a request by the tax
Either way, we
office.
gotta buy a computer.
Whoever we rank, are we going to be able to negotiate with them at the
Certainly.
next phase?
Oh, yes, sir. The tax office could take any direction the court wishes to give them. Now, he's the ultimate end user. It would depend on whether he can rationalize and justify the position for new computers. That would be a basis of their requirements. But certainly,
Paul,
yes.
you've been very quiet. We're talking about your office. I mean, do you know anything about either one of them that you can get up and say, I don't want this one because of this, or? Well, they're talking about new computers for you.
He requested them.
Okay,
That's part of the RFP.
So Paul, you're happy with who you have, the current vendor? Perfect.
We're waiting for the scores. We don't have them yet.
Okay. Is he here? Did you finish yours?
So whichever one we pick, you're okay with.
He's happy with the one he's got right now, he's it.
All right.
But I think if you select a new vendor, Paul, you're going to have to convert, and conversion is a long and tedious process.
And within the RFP, they made very sure that conversion was a priority to, even if it was to whatever vendor was selected, especially new, that the timelines were there. They needed to be met.
Yeah.
Well, we've all submitted our rankings to Erica.
You've submitted your scores.
Have you added them up?
We're waiting for the ones for precinct 1. As soon as we get, we
You're waiting
acquire
for
them.
what?
The scores for precinct 1.
Oh, precinct 1.
We're working with them right
They're
now.
waiting for yours.
If you'd like.
Raúl.
Yes.
Raúl has him, he's outside.
¿Está con Mona? Oh, he's gone.
I can continue with the rest of the agenda in the meantime while those are being tabulated. Would that be okay with the court?
Yeah.
Raúl. Habla conmigo.
Mr. Lozano? Your scores?
Sign language?
They're coming in. They're coming. I read lips. They're coming in. Let me continue with the rest of the agenda while those are brought in.
Better than Wells Fargo?
So right now on 3B, we will wait. Going on to 4, acceptance and approval of a professional consulting services contract for provision of emergency preparedness and disaster recovery services selected through the membership and participation with HGAC's awarded vendor, Tetra Tech, formerly known as Beck Disaster Recovery Services, with an effective term commencing today with termination to coincide with HGAC's term of May 31st, 2016.
Marty, who selected that? Prior, we had Ashbrit before.
Oh, no, this is a different thing. Ashbrit is still available to us under our
Oh, so it's not the
mutual
same,
aid.
it's not the same.
No, these are the
Okay.
ones that assist the county in assessing damage and FEMA.
Got it.
All that stuff.
Got it.
Okay?
Perfect.
All right, so I need action
Move for approval.
On
Second.
4?
on item 4.
Yeah. We're keeping the same people, right?
Move for approval.
You got a
Number,
second?
Yes.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
approval of interlocal agreement and resolution between Dow County, all county elected offices, departments, programs, and/or agencies through all funding sources, and Educational Service Center Region 14 with the purpose of participating in their Cooperative Purchasing Services Program, National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, as an additional procurement resource for Hidalgo County.
Approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Going on to B, Precinct 1, acceptance and approval of proposal received from Doggett Heavy Machinery Services Limited, FAR Texas, awarded vendor through Hidalgo County's participation and membership with the TASB buy board purchase and contract number of 424-13, one new Dynapack CP 142 pneumatic roller in the amount of $82,152.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 2, requesting approval to replace Exhibit B with corrected Exhibit B of Work Authorization 2 through contract number 308 submitted by LaFever as to correct a typo that was on the original agenda item.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
C1 for Precinct 2, requesting approval of Supplemental Agreement 2 with R. Gutierrez Engineering Corporation, contract number 314, resulting in an estimated cost of $1,044.68 for services under Work Authorization 1 for Precinct 2's Rancho Blanco Road project.
Judge, we don't have a quorum at this point.
Yeah.
We lost the quorum.
Oh, you're short. You're short one.
They walked out on us. We have to wait a while, Marty.
Pause.
That's fine. You want me to read it
You
again?
need action or what?
Move
Yes,
for
we need a
approval.
vote.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
And C2, requesting approval of Supplemental Agreement 2 with R. Gutierrez, contract number 376, resulting estimated cost of $27,116.03 under Work Authorization 8 for Precinct 2 Minnesota Drain Project.
Move for approval.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
For Precinct 3, D1, approval and acceptance for Commissioner Precinct 3 Joe Flores to sign the notice of intent for stormwater discharges associated with construction activity under TPDES General Permit TXR 150,000 from Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
B is requesting approval of the payment in the amount of $325 to TCEQ for the item we just approved.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Precinct 4, A, requesting exemption from competitive bidding requirements under 262-024A4, a professional service.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item B is presentation of the scoring grid for the purposes of ranking of the firms graded and evaluated through the county's approved pool, construction management for services related to the construction of a new mechanical shop for Precinct 4. The three firms were Broadus and Associates Incorporated at 98, HOV Services LLC, Meridian Consulting Group 96, and Fulcrum Consulting Services at 95. Does the court wish to rank them in the order of their scores?
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Therefore, item C is authority for purchasing to negotiate a professional construction management services with, commencing with the number one ranked firm of Broadus Associates Incorporated.
Second.
Wait, todavía estamos en la junta. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item F, Health and Human Services Department requesting approval to purchase one new or newer 2015 Dodge Grand Caravan through the county's membership with Buy Board Cowboy Chrysler Dodge Jeep, contract number 430, in the amount of $22,106.80.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Requesting approval and acceptance of the memorandum of understanding between Health and Human Services and South Texas College to provide Excel training services to personnel.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item G1, Constable Precinct 1, acceptance and approval of payment of invoice 9, final payment in the amount of $2,340.95 as submitted by Alcazar Garcia Associates, and this is for the services rendered under the new Constable Building Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye. Aye, motion carries.
Tax Office requesting authorization and approval to purchase one new 2014 Ford Expedition XL through the county's membership and participation by board awarded vendor Caldwell Country Chevrolet Ford, contract number 430, in the amount of $31,695.
Move for approval.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
For the Planning Department, I-1, requesting authorization and approval to purchase 5 new or newer 2015 F-150 Super Cabs, 4x2 through the county's membership through the HGAC awarded vendor, Silsby Ford, contract number BE11-13, in the amount of $96,201.90.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Let me just check to see how those tabulations are coming along.
What happened con la del drainage, Judge?
Do we have,
Did we close it or no?
no.
No, Mr. Crane
We
is
need
going to
go
give
back
us some
it.
direction on that.
But let's finish the ranking, I mean.
Yes. Yoli, Darlene.
No comment,
Are we done?
calculator.
We're not done yet.
Para la elección.
Necesitan más dedos.
Están en los
All you have to
provisionals.
do is add them all together and divide it by 5.
100-point maximum.
No, salí con 150.
A ver cómo estamos en el drainage.
Ya está Steve Ley.
Did they get your scores? Mr. Lozano, did they get your scores? Oh, they do, okay. So they're just finishing up the tabulation.
That's 30 minutes.
También bastante.
Los de Prison One vinieron en el Wells Fargo.
Sí.
Se le cayó la llanta.
Carreta. Tenía carreta.
Of course, of course.
Ya están ahí esperando. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we recess this meeting and convene the drainage so we can get
Okay.
through with that other deal? At this time, we're going to be recessing our county commissioners' court meeting and reconvening our regular meeting of the Hidalgo County Drainage District Board of Directors. What was that item number?
12, item 12.
Let Steve make the recommendation. In the back. 12. No, it's not.
All right. The action that's needed is acceptance of the report.
Correct, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Crane.
Judge, can we go into closed session under pending or potential litigation?
Under
Or the
drainage
litigation?
district.
Right. All right, well, then at this time, pursuant to 551071 and 072, need a motion to proceed to executive session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries.
Yeah, he's here.
Está en drainage.
Okay.
No sé quién firmaría.
A ver, firmen. Siguen ustedes, si no me la dan para atrás. a mí. All right, we're back in open session on our drainage district meeting. And item number 12,
Go ahead and read the agenda item.
You want me to read the agenda?
Read the
Okay.
agenda item.
Pursuant to the current letter of engagement with the Lee Law Firm, acceptance of report to the original work assignment as specified in the original letter of engagement for the provision of professional legal services review and report on the agreement between Hidalgo County Drainage District Number 1 and Intech Corporation.
What do we have to do there, Steve?
You gonna make a motion, or?
yes, we need action on it,
To receive it?
to accept it.
Okay, move for approval to accept.
Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimous.
That is all I have, then I guess you will be closing drainage and going back to...
Need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Now let's go back to our regular county commissioners' court meeting.
Okay. Yes, going back to item, here we go.
Certified by?
Ernst and Young. And the winner is, may I have the envelope, please? That is,
Item 24.
yes, but let me get back to it. Here it is. We're going back to item 24A3B. And that would be tabulation of scores, computing of a grid for the purposes of ranking of the vendors so as to proceed to negotiations commencing with the number 1 ranked firm of, I will read this out, that was tabulated by my staff, and it was, we had some support from the auditor's office in making sure we did this correctly. You have Tyler Technologies with an average score of 87.3. You have Appraisal and Collection Technologies with an average score of 93.5. Does the court want to rank them in the order of their scores so as to begin the negotiations with the number 1 ranked?
So moved.
Second.
What was the number, Marty? 90.5?
93.5 and 87.3.
Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
That is all I have. Thank
But
you.
we, for the record, we can negotiate, right?
We'll commence negotiations. Yes, sir.
Who's going to do the negotiation?
It'll be my department, and I would,
office?
the tax office.
All right, if you
I mean,
would,
if there's direction you want to send us.
I would like to be involved in it. Maybe
Certainly.
we can do it in my office just so that I can,
Certainly, as
We've
long
been-
as we don't have more than 2 of you all.
all right.
And we'll send notice to that effect.
All right, thank you, Marty.
Thank you. If I may just ask a question related to the Drainage District, this acceptance of the report will be held in our offices?
Why don't you make copies so you can give them to every commissioner and myself?
All right, we will do that. We have a plan to do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's now go back to what number?
Open session for executive session?
Yes, we do have to go to closed session under our regular Commissioners Court agenda.
Close, okay. At this time, pursuant to 551, 071, and 072, need a motion to proceed to executive session.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries. Back in open session. Mr. Guerra?
Thank you, Judge. Under open session, item 28, I'm sorry, not 28, that's closed. Open session 27, real estate acquisition appropriation for same, there's no action to be taken today. 27B, pending and or potential litigation, again, there's no action to be taken today. Item 27C, State of Texas versus Hidalgo County et al. There's no action, just proceed as directed. 27D, Johnny Bertain versus Hidalgo County et al. Again, there's no action to be taken today. 27E, claim of Arturo Peña, Judge Commissioners, I'd like settlement authority to make an offer in the amount of $160.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries.
Claim of Marlisa Vela, again, Judge Commissioners, I'd like settlement authority to make an offer in the amount of $86.60.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion carries.
Item 27G, claim of AT&T. Judge Commissioners, I would like settlement authority to make an offer in the amount of $708.15.
Move for approval.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Item 27H, claim of Santiago Zavala Jr. There's no action to be taken today. Item 27I, claim of Deborah Coronado. Again, there is no action to be taken today. Item 27J, claim of Elida Castillo. As well, no action to be taken today. There's no need to go back into close or item 29 open session, so all we have is adjournment.
That's it, brother?
Yes, sir.
Need a motion to adjourn.
I'll move.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. And our next meeting is when, brother?
Friday?
June 2nd.
El Friday tenemos ya.
Oh, yes, we have a meeting Friday at Friday at 11, and then our next meeting is June 2nd, 9:30.